Please rise for a short prayer and a salute to our flag. Almighty God, grant us the wisdom to make those decisions that are in the best interest of all of our residents. May the Heavenly Father of us all bless those who have given the ultimate sacrifice and service to our nation, and may He watch over and protect our servicemen and women now guarding the gates of freedom. Salute to our flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. May be seated. Statement of publication, please, Jessica.
Take notice that this regular meeting of the mayor and council being held this 27th day of September 2022 has been advertised and posted in accordance with Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Conti.
Here.
June 4. Mar.
Yeah, here.
Novak.
Here.
Anoha. Roberts.
Here.
At this time, I'll ask for the approval of prior minutes of the mayor and council president.
Thank you, Mayor.
See, we don't have any, but we'll go
Okay.
through the process.
Before we begin, I had some time to process last meeting and I'd like to make a statement. As of late, the tone of these meetings has become inappropriate. Applause is not needed after a vote. Belittling is not needed after a vote. And most importantly, a resident should never feel insulted. The goal of these meetings should be to work together and act civilly for the residents of Sayreville. The SDO is actively reorganizing. I'm equally disgusted by the actions of our leader, but will not be anyone's scapegoat. I'm also disheartened to read an article from the NJ Globe by David Wilstein, inaccurately reporting that only the Republicans move forward the investigation. If you managed to sit through all 5 hours of last meeting, we know this is not true. I have met many wonderful committee people in the SDO over the past 3 years, and they have almost unanimously appointed a new chair, Patty Birch, who has been there through the years for all of us, helping us run successful campaigns. If we are looking for 19 committee people to be a part of change. If anyone lives in the following districts and would like to join the Democratic Committee, please email sdochair@aol.com. Currently districts 1, 4, 5, 7, 9, 18, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 32, 33, and 35 are all available. Please be a part of change. Secondly, Joe McCoy retired last meeting, and I think he sat through 3 hours before he left, and he missed us acknowledging his retirement. He has been so helpful to me with Soup Kitchen 411, giving out over 800 meals every Tuesday for the past 4 weeks. He works selflessly with the Scouts, and he worked with my grandfather for so many years, and he always has a story if you know Joe. So I just wanted to acknowledge him before we start today. So thank you, Joe, for all of your years with us.
I'm gonna stand for Joe because for some, we know that when there is a hands-on man needed for any job, Joe McCoy is usually the one running up. But I also wanted to say, just first of all, congratulations on retirement, but more importantly, congratulations on the newest step in your life that you allowed me to be a part of. And that is your beautiful wedding to your gorgeous bride, June. And I hope she keeps you busy, which I know she already is. Joe, did you want to come up? I didn't think so. We're gonna miss you, Joe.
Thank
We're hanging on to you for as long as we can, every single second.
Every Tuesday for Soup Kitchen.
Absolutely.
So there's no prior minutes then, you said? Okay.
Okay, so with that, we actually have a proclamation and a presentation, correct, Jess? All right, let's start with our Bowl for Hunger check presentation today, typically by our assembly speaker, but I know that he wasn't able to make it today. So as always, he sends us somebody extremely important, and we're so grateful to have you here with us. So
So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and council people. The speaker, I think it's on. I'm just not
There
close
we
enough. The speaker did want to be here, but he's at a conference in DC for the conference on hunger, health, and nutrition, which is the first one in over 50 years. So we found that it was really important for him to be there. So on his behalf, I'm here to present Sayreville Care and Share and Epic Church a check from our donations from Bowl for Hunger this year.
So what I would like to do, as mayor, I will step up, but I'll also ask our council president, the rest of the council as well, to come up and to thank you, and to please extend our gratitude and
I will.
thankfulness to the Assembly Speaker.
I
We
will.
do miss having him
Thank you
with
so
us.
much.
And we are just forever indebted always for the Assembly Speaker coming up and supporting us always. But more importantly, I'll ask that you can turn that over,
Thank you.
because that is where our checks are going to go.
Thank you. We're so happy to do this every year. Pictures.
I'll let you
so
speak
much. And
too.
thank you for always
You
participating
sure
as
you'd want
well.
Appreciate it. God bless you.
Of course.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
The work that every one of you do for us and for our community is truly, truly, truly just speaks to the 45,000 plus residents that we have here. We're a family. We've always been a family in good times and in bad. And this just once again shows the volunteers and the help that we get is so important. Did anybody from the council president, did you wish to add?
Sure. Thank you so much to Speaker. He has inspired us to, we have started with Soup Kitchen 411 on Tuesdays, and we hands out 200 meals every Tuesday. Today, last week, they're gone in 10 minutes. So word has reached our residents, and it's also helping our local restaurants in town. They also benefit from a state grant program. So thank you for inspiring us to keep that going.
COVID, I think we look back at sometimes the worst part of that, but we saw here in Sayreville, just with our community outreach and with our programs that we've done with distribution of food, it's something that we need to keep going. Regardless of what's happening outside of pandemic, it doesn't need to bring us together. We should always be together.
Amen.
That's really what it comes to.
I just want to say thank you for the work you're doing, and I just certainly hope that it's a short-term solution to a much larger problem.
I'm brief. Thank you for the speakers, and thank you for all the work you do for our residents.
I'm equally grateful. Just want to thank you all.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you so
God
much.
bless you. God bless you.
I'm gonna leave this here.
Yes, of course. Today.
Quiet on that side. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you all very much. That brings us now to our next proclamation. I apologize. It's been a long couple of weeks back in school, so my voice is a little on the quiet side. Last week was a long week, back to school night. So please indulge me as today I read for you a proclamation in reference to Pregnancy and Infant Loss Month. Something very, very just powerful and heart-wrenching for so many people. So I will begin my reading. Whereas pregnancy and infant loss is such a common occurrence, one that is usually not recognized, and whereas many parents and families have suffered a miscarriage, a stillbirth, or the death of an infant during delivery or shortly after birth, and whereas the devastating tragedy often occurs suddenly without warning as a result of miscarriage, stillbirth, premature birth, sudden infant death syndrome, accident, or other causes or complications. And whereas we wish to acknowledge the profound grief experienced by families who suffer the death of a baby, and to acknowledge the existence of the babies and infants that died far too early. And whereas even the shortest lives are still valuable, and the grief of those who mourn the loss of these lives should not be trivialized. And whereas the 15th day of October is recognized in parts of the United States and in many other jurisdictions around the world as a day of remembrance and awareness of pregnancies and infant loss. And whereas the tragedy of pregnancy and infant loss, which exacts a terrible emotional toll, may be preventable in some instances, and increased awareness of causes and impacts surrounding pregnancies and infant loss may lead to greater understanding, support, and resources in communities across the world. Whereas a month of remembrance honors the lives of children taken far too soon and supports grieving parents, grandparents, siblings, and other family members whose lives are forever altered by the heartbreaking loss of a child. Whereas promoting awareness of the challenges faced by those parents and families is a positive means of establishing support and understanding. Whereas this proclamation is inspired by the bravery and the courage of Borough resident Donna Pagit, I'm going to say this, I hope appropriately, Pagilia, is that correct? Rio, who lost her daughter, Olivia Ann, in 2021. My heart breaks for you as somebody who knows the pain of this. Now therefore, I, Victoria Kilpatrick, Mayor of the Borough of Saraville, do hereby proclaim October 2022 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month and encourage parents, caregivers, and all residents to become educated in opportunities to prevent pregnancy and infant loss and support bereaved families when prevention is not possible. It was with my most heartfelt and deepest, most sincere condolences to any and all family members, mothers, fathers, who have known the pain of what it's like to have to go through something like that. Again, we're strong together, and there are thousands upon thousands of people that suffer this type of loss. Again, I know that pain on a personal level, but I'm very lucky to say that I have two beautiful miracles. And so often those rainbow babies do come through and they make us smile. And I wish that for anybody else that's going through something similar. Thank you for that. And I need a motion to accept that proclamation.
No, I thought you said.
I second.
Councilpersons Mar,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor, can
Yeah.
we present that?
I was going to just ask that, yes. So Donna, are you here? Donna, would you, I have this proclamation made up especially for you. Yeah.
No.
Okay, with that, I do believe that we have need for executive session. Do we wish to do that during this portion, or do you want to do it at the next?
It's up to you, Mayor.
You know what, Bob, you're here, right? Bob, you're here. It is about a 30-minute, so I would think. Yeah, let's move forward with the rest of the agenda. Bob, you don't mind staying until the end, so that way we can take care of business for a little bit. Just, we'll keep track of the clock. You're more expensive sometimes. Usually we do like to put you on first, but I'd like the residents to be able to speak at this time. We're going to move right to old business. So I believe we have a couple of public hearings on some ordinances. Jessica?
Public hearing on bond ordinance number 26-22, bond ordinance providing for water capital improvements in by and for the Borough of Saraville, New Jersey, appropriating $800,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $800,000 bonds or notes of the borough for financing such appropriation.
So at this time, I'll open to the public for any and all comments on bond ordinance number 26-22. Please stand or raise your hand online if you'd like to speak. I see we have 20 attendees today. All right, I do not see any hand raised. Do you, Nicole? At this time, then I'll entertain a motion by Administration and Finance Councilwoman Novak, please.
I have to move the public hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted on second final reading and advertised according to law.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Novak,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Public hearing on ordinance number 27-22, capital ordinance providing for the reconstruction of the Melrose Sanitary Pump Station in by and for the Borough of Saraville in the County of Middlesex, New Jersey.
At this time, once again, I will open to the public for any and all comments relating to ordinance number 27-22. Please stand or raise your hand if you wish to speak. Ken, you're just finding a seat? Okay. Seeing none at this time, I'll once again entertain a motion. Administration and Finance, once more, Councilwoman Novak, please.
Move the public hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted on second and final reading and advertised according to law.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Novak,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Roberts. Public hearing on bond ordinance number 28-22, bond ordinance providing for various park improvements in by and for the borough of Saraville, New Jersey, appropriating $540,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $513,000 bonds or notes of the borough for financing part of such appropriation.
Once again, I'll open to the public for any and all comments. I have two. I'll start with Jim Robinson on the side and then the gentleman on the, Steve, is that you? Sorry, I couldn't see you at first. Come on up, Jim, name and address.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Robinson, 11 Burrell Square in Parlin. I always like to see park improvements. Can somebody indicate what the various park improvements are?
I know a large portion of it was the rubberized flooring at Kennedy Park.
Do we have, Denise, I'm gonna come over to you just for the cost
Yes.
on that for the,
I don't have them broken out, but I can give you all of the improvements, Jim.
Sure.
I will gladly email that to you tomorrow. The acquisition and installation of lights for the Kennedy Park basketball or handball courts. Acquisition and installation, as Councilwoman Marr stated, of the rubber surfaces for Kennedy Park. Ball field upgrades in various parks within the borough, and just miscellaneous park improvements in various parks.
Okay, great. All good things. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
and Steve, yes.
Steve, I want to ask you 28 Scarlet Drive. Similar question. It seems like a lot of money for some lights and stuff in Kennedy Park. I walk there virtually every day.
I can't hear you that well though, Steve. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I walk there virtually every day and I'm like $500,000. What are we really improving in the park? Because it looks pretty decent now, except for the geese, that are in there. So I'm just curious, $500,000 sounds like, if it's only Kennedy, it sounds like a lot of money. So how do we justify $500,000 for rubberized walkways?
That's under all the,
The safety surface under the play set area for the children. It also reduces the amount of manpower we need that is involved in weeding and mulch. We actually spend more in mulch every year. This would be cost savings.
All right, so where is this area that you're?
Under the playground at Kennedy Park.
all of the area that the children play in.
So
All rubberized surfaces.
Steve, I'll give you a little bit more background. So going back pre-COVID, probably about 4 or so years prior to COVID, all of our playground areas each year had to be refilled with the wood chips or the mulch. One of the things that started to happen, I think we saw it first here in Saraville with the Center for Lifelong Learning, when they had their playground installed in the back when they were first built, it was the rubberized surfacing that was put on in place of the wood chips and so forth. That started to become a trend and a best practice then throughout the state in many municipalities, because it was eliminating animals using the area as basically their own personal litter boxes. It also eliminated some of the breakdown of the materials that you would often get with, wet, saturated things and molds and stuff. So what started to happen was, as rec director then Jerry Ust began to see, we started to do pricing to see what it would cost us to, instead of being the last people on board with the changing evolution, the safety for our kids, how much it would cost if we prioritized a park every couple of years. We originally had the price outs done, Jay, I believe, of the largest parks, and realized that that was beyond our price abilities. So then we started to actually prioritize some of the smaller ones until we could eventually get to Kennedy Park, which is clearly one of our largest. If you go over to Burke's Park, that one was one of the more recent, I think, that we did over here, which was a massive undertaking. So what you're starting to see is, as these parks come up for kind of new equipment, we try to do that rubber matting and rubber surfacing for all of those reasons.
Right, and see, that makes sense. The only comment I'm gonna make on top of that is that there's 1,000 geese running around that park, because I'm in there every day, and there's, instead of walking around for a mile, I'm walking a mile and a quarter, because you gotta It
And
just-
that's one of the reasons why we actually wanted to ultimately first prioritize Kennedy Park because of the droppings and we know the bacteria and whatever else is living there. We wanted to make that a priority. I'm excited that we are able to move forward with it. But it is a hefty cost, but I do think it's one that pays off for certain. We actually made, I think, a lease, and I'm sure Joe and Phil were involved to do a price out for us over the last couple of years of the cost of remulching, resurfacing, and also the breakdown of what it does to some of like the wood materials. We were actually saving money in the long run because it's a less degradable surface. So tough cost, but it was definitely worth the investment.
Right, it just sounded like a large number.
I agree with you, Steve.
Sometimes by the end of the season, as this was all degrading, the concrete was beginning to pop through again towards the end of the season, because that,
Yeah.
right from the first time you put it down, it starts to break apart. As far as the basketball lighting, I believe we had to bring all power in there. Am I correct, Jay? There was no power there?
I believe that's correct. Yes, there's lights.
That's why that was a little bit expensive, because there was no power there by the basketball courts. We had to do all this underground running of wires.
Yeah, I know the PD was appreciative of us moving forward with some new lighting improvements there for multiple reasons. I mean, one of the last things that we want to do is continue to see graffiti become a part of the park. And we know that when things get a little dark, if there's a lighted area that isn't as bright as others, the LED lighting that we had put in place at the tennis courts and some of the other areas made a very dramatic impact for us. And all of that new lighting is going to be the more upgraded fixtures, the LED lighting, which was definitely a benefit as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Steve. Anything else? All right. I see nobody online then for additional questions on that particular bonding ordinance. We can move on after we have a motion. Is that you once again, Councilwoman Novak?
Yes.
Okay.
Move the public hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted on second and final reading and advertised according to law. Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Novak,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
June 4, Mar,
Yes.
Roberts. Public hearing on ordinance number 29-22, an ordinance amending chapter 9, animal control of the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Saraville to add section 9-14 feral cat program.
Okay, we will open to the public for any and all comments on ordinance number 29-22. You can step forward or raise your hand. Okay, I see none. Are we okay? Everybody? Go ahead. No, that's fine. Come on up.
My name is Elda Hubbard, and I live at 5 North Road in Berkeley Heights. And I am here as co-founder of Sammy's Hope here in Saraville, and whose mission is to reduce the homelessness of, reduce the euthanasia of homeless animals. Sammy's Hope mission is pulling animals from municipal shelters and vetting them and placing them for adoption. I think we've had a very good relationship with the township. And I'm also here as board member of People for Animals. People for Animals is also a nonprofit, and we have 3 clinics in the state of New Jersey. Our focus is to reduce the suffering of animals by doing TNR, doing spay-neuter for companion animals and for homeless animals, and vaccinating the animals to reduce the number of surrenders and community cats to municipal shelters. We promote the well-being and the health of animals and families and community. We assist and we educate the public about caring for animals. We reduce the burden of economically stressed people in the community by providing low affordable care to the people who cannot afford the high fees in veterinary offices. We understand the importance of keeping them healthy and free from disease. Healthy animals equals healthy families, and which equals healthy communities. TNR research shows that TNR, trap, neuter, return, has been most effective and is the most effective and humane way to reduce the number of community cats in an area. It is not a magic wand. It takes time. Volunteer efforts like this can lighten the load on taxpayer-funded employees. And it also reduces the euthanasia and the cost of euthanasia for the townships and the humane societies. PFA offers consultation. Actually, we do commend you on considering this ordinance and establishing a TNR committee that will monitor the progress of the success of the program if you should vote a yes on this ordinance. What I'm here to do also is offer you consultation for this committee once the ordinance is passed. And we would welcome spending time with you, maybe a few months into the program, once the ordinance is passed, and checking to see if it's in the right direction. We do have concern about it being a one-year program only. And the reason for that is that it might discourage some caretakers from putting their time into it. It might also discourage people from supporting the organizations that support TNR. So ideally, we would like to see it extended, but the only thing I would ask for right now is a yes vote and a review maybe 5 or 6 months from now to help you to see how it is, how to track it, to make sure that it's in the right direction. Okay. Most importantly, I think TNR can provide, TNR can reduce the burden on the taxpayers. Okay. It also reduces the nuisance calls from people who, call and say, I have a cat under my deck. Will you please come and get it? Okay. And as shelters and rescue can only say direct them to, I believe, in this case, is still Associated Humane Societies in Tinton Falls. Feral cats are usually not adoptable, but they can live in a community if we provide for healthy vaccinations and continue to provide spay neutering so they don't continue to multiply. Because if it is not addressed, the problem only gets worse. Okay, so I am here to encourage a yes vote tonight. I wish that the sunset clause for 1 year were not included in this, but People for Animals is willing to assist the committee and help you to track what is going on. And all you have to do is reach out to us, or we can reach out to you if you allow us to do that in a few months to check with you to see how things are going.
Thank you very much for those comments. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else from the public? Hello, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Trish Quinn. I live at 528 Waterford Drive in Edison, and I am also with Sammy's Hope. I am the Director of Feline Behavior. Very lofty title. I didn't really prepare anything to speak tonight, but this is actually very important. The fact that ELDA has offered PFA to assist you with a yes vote, once you get to a yes vote, is huge, because PFA is relied upon by so many in the state of New Jersey. They've only got 2 locations, and the amount of animals, mostly cats, that they alter and prevent offspring is tremendous. You've heard all the arguments in favor of TNR. I don't really need to reiterate all of them, except that, of course, the population reduction. Feral cat life is a difficult life. It can make it easier when moms are not trying to keep their kittens alive. The males are not constantly fighting and just looking to mate and make more of those babies. It's a very, very difficult life. It will virtually stop in targeted communities where TNR is taking place. The neighbors will not be complaining as much unless they just hate cats, in which case that's a bigger conversation to have. But if you can reduce cats wandering all over their property, the yelling and the screaming, the mating, the fighting, I think there's a lot less pushback. I think most people don't hate cats, even if they don't care to share their life with them. I think what they just want is peace in their neighborhood and around their homes. And that's a conversation that's pretty easy to have. And once they see the results of TNR efforts, you've made, you've stopped an enemy and maybe gained a friend. So educating the population on it is really wonderful. And if this council and this town supports the efforts, that goes a long way. So thank you very much.
Very much for those comments as well. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Michelle Broderick. I live at 220 4th Avenue in Asbury Park, so not from Sayreville. And I will just echo, briefly what Elda spoke about. I'm only going to speak for about 2 minutes, so I promise I'll be quick. Thank you for Mayor and Council for allowing me to speak this evening regarding the proposed TNR ordinance. My name again is Michelle Broderick. I work with the animal welfare nonprofit People for Animals. We are the largest provider of spay-neuter services and wellness services in the state of New Jersey. We serve about 30,000 community animals every year at our 3 locations. 7,500 of those 30,000 surgeries are for cats going through the TNR process. And they're from all over the state, not just in one particular area. PFA would like to commend the borough on taking steps to support a more efficient and progressive animal welfare policy. TNR is considered to be an industry best practice for managing free roaming cats populations. From our experience, the TNR committee model outlined in this ordinance can be very effective when the town and the community collaborate. Brick Township is a great example of a municipality that uses that model successfully. However, PFA is concerned about a few aspects of the proposed ordinance and how they might impact the program's overall success. First, in the study and review clause of this ordinance, it is stated that the borough will study the effectiveness of the program in a year's time to determine whether or not to continue. At PFA, we audit the quality of our and effectiveness of all of our programs and services with data. We believe that the use of data to do the same for this TNR program is vital. However, there are no data metrics outlined in the ordinance for what is considered success. So I would recommend establishing those before the program starts. I'd be happy to offer any guidance on that if necessary. Second, the sunset clause may have the unintended consequence of reducing participation in the program, and volunteerism is critical in the program's success. Participants may be hesitant to provide the colony info if in 1 year's time that the cats that they have cared for all that time would potentially be in danger. The sunset clause also hamstrings the local nonprofit group's ability to apply for grants to support TNR. While we do not agree with everything written in the ordinance, we do support the passing of the ordinance in Sayreville today. If passed, PFA would like to request the opportunity to meet with the council at a later date to discuss the program's progress and overall efficacy. Again, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for allowing me to speak, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Very succinctly said. Thank you.
Khalid Sayed. I don't know. I know nothing about TNR, but I do support. Just learned something today about you guys, and I promise I'll look it up again. If the information is available on site.
Address real quick for.
My name is Galib Sayed, 3 Sophie Street.
Thanks.
Believe it or not, during the pandemic, we had 2 cats in the backyard, and over the time, it became about 12 cats. We had Simba, we have J-Dot, we have Nala, and we have Hakuna Matata. So all those cats we had, but please vote yes for them. I will definitely learn about it.
It's the whole cast of The Lion King right there. Hi, Karen, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That does deserve some chuckle, though. That was
certainly does.
Karen, name and address, please.
Karen Bieberts, 9 Burlington Road. Here we are again. And that was the last time, September 27th, a year ago. I had been working on trying to get a TNR program in Saraville since the February of 2021. I would love to thank Sammy's Hope right in town with us for being here tonight. I would like, and I would love everyone's support. People for Animals, a place I know very well. The heroic efforts of the two rescues that we have in town, namely Denise Morgan, my partner in crime, who are certainly the boots on the ground, with or without, because from a humanitarian standpoint, we just want to take care of the situation. So the way the ordinance was written with a feeding ban just led to a breeding situation. We all know in today's climate, particularly about vaccinations and how this is going to make our community a healthier community, stop the breeding and bring on some, accountability to the unattended situation with these cats. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for considering this, and I'm glad we're here at this point. And we are ready, Denise and I are ready to be more than helpful with the committee. She knows the lay of the land, and so do I. So we're there for the town. And as I said from the beginning, it's going to take the problem that's exacerbated to the point where it takes the community and the government. So these things that we can do together are my most favorite things. So thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else? I think Denise. I didn't know if you were gonna stand, Denise. I didn't know if you were coming up to, I knew you were coming up here. Just know you're usually out and about. I know, you made me very nervous, and you're usually out and about. I am very grateful that you came to be with humans today instead of your calling, because I see 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 2 a.m. You're always,
Yeah, I'm in
always.
parking lots that, yeah.
Yeah, you're quite a woman.
Denise Morgan, Stevens Avenue, the Morgan section of Saraville. I just want to kind of beg you to say yes to this. I'm devoting my life 7 days a week. My cell number is out there in the public. That's my personal cell. If there's cats under your deck, I will come out there and rescue those cats, those kittens. I do it. I don't take any money for it. I just do it because I want to help the community. I want to help the cats. Those kittens are under there. It's getting cold. I have a bunch of them in my house right now. A bunch of kittens in my house. You know that. They can't make it through the winter. They need us. And if we spay and neuter all these cats out there, we won't have those little babies dying. I've held them in my hands. I've had them die in my hands. It's not, we can't have this. I really don't want to take a lot of time. I just want to say, please, please, please give us the ability to do this with your support so we could be stronger. I took 300 cats off the street, kittens, spayed, neutered, or kittens, and found them rescue. 300 by myself with the rescue behind me. And this year I didn't count it yet. That was 2021. So I beg, please, please, please give us the opportunity to do more, get them off the streets, the ones we can, and spay and neuter and vaccinate the ones that we can't find homes for. Thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Thank you very much. And thank you to Ron too, because I know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, seeing nobody else from the public at this time, and seeing no one online, I'll entertain a motion. That will be our Councilwoman June 4th for ordinance number 29-22.
Thank you. I move the public hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted on second and final reading and advertised according to law.
Roll call.
Councilpersons June 4.
Yes.
Hansi.
I'm in support, but I want to hold the committee accountable for the data. So I want to see the data. So whoever's going to be part of that committee, you got to come here with the data and you got to show us the results, show us what's happening and show us the results. Very important for not just for us, but for our residents who are opposed to it. They're going to want to see data that it's working. So I know you're going to try hard and you're going to work on it, night and day, 7 days a week. Let's just come. We're holding you accountable for the data. So when it's time to do that, make it solid and let's see results. Okay. I'm a yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes, and I will be here next year to make sure this doesn't die. And I'm hoping with the data, as Councilman Conti said, we can even make this better. I personally have been in favor of this since 2011, and gosh, I wish there was this many people. That would be, because I kept getting doors shut in my face everywhere I went. So I'm really excited about this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all the work you're doing. But you don't have to name them all.
Roberts,
I do have to thank Karen Bailey Bieber and Denise Morgan for their tireless effort on this, and you have been successful. I have no doubt that you're going to have the data, and this is going to be a successful program that goes on for years, and it's going to fade away because you're going to be so successful.
That's right.
Hard yes from me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's signed right there. Well done. Thank you all for that. And the wheels of government, it moves slow, but we hear it. It's meowing right now. We're going to now move on to our final ordinance. Okay.
Public hearing on ordinance number 30-22, an ordinance adopting a redevelopment plan in connection with the National Amusement Theater site located on routes 9 and 35 in the borough of Saraville, state of New Jersey, and designated as block 265, lot 1, block 273, lot 1, and block 274.01, lot 1 on the municipal tax map in accordance with NJSA 48:12A-7, and supplementing and amending the general ordinances and zoning map of the borough of Saraville.
Public for any and all comments on this ordinance. Jim, please.
Thank you, members of the mayor and council. Probably not as interesting or exciting as feral cats, but important nonetheless. And I
Might be the
appreciate
home
that
of
was
many.
a bipartisan vote on the last resolution. That was a very good thing, and so many people were involved in that. But I do want to talk about this year. I'm in favor of redevelopment of this site. Back in the 80s, when Mayor McCormick and I first suggested that the NL site be redeveloped, and I think back then we called it Metro Park South. That's what we envisioned, not necessarily a few thousand apartments that are going to go there, but we also anticipated that this site would be included there. And so I'm glad that's finally happening. So I'm in favor of that. Does the redevelopment plan, or does the council anticipate that there will be a pilot with respect to this?
So this is before the redevelopment agency right now. Our redevelopment agency council people are Donna and Mary, right? Okay, and Jay, do we know where we are at this point with entertaining or a approach for pilot on this? Because it's still in the redevelopment agency with the exception of
At
this,
this point, you don't have a redeveloper in place. This just sets what the zoning is going to
what
be.
the zoning would be for. Yeah. So at this point, do we have anything?
No.
Okay.
Since we don't have a redeveloper, nobody's even.
Okay, however, the study does say that the borough will utilize and support such incentives as low interest financing instruments, grants, and payments in lieu of taxes, pilots. Now, we all know this property. This is very valuable, very visible property. It's on 9 and 35 at the entrance to town. It's, I don't know how far it is from the Parkway and the Turnpike and 287, but not far at all. It's very, and as somebody who sells commercial real estate, I can tell you, they say location, location, location. You couldn't find a better location. This is property that will be easy to redevelop. That we would consider a pilot for this is just, we consider a pilot for everything. We're considering pilots for warehouses. And I understand the request that they put on file is to pay 10% of what they would, I'm talking about Arsenal, pay 10% of what they would pay in property taxes, 10%. No connector road out to Cheesequake Road, 10% they want to pay. And that on this property that is so valuable, that is so visible, that is so I can't think of a better location in town. It's ironic that one of the best locations in town is almost out of town. But that we would offer a pilot on this up front and have it be part of the plan is really mind-boggling. The one thing I would say about it is it's consistent, because pilot is what we hear all the time. And I spoke about this at the last meeting. And Mayor, you talked about looking at things and exploring things that had been done. I think pilots are one of the things that we ought to look at what's happened in the past, and prospectively, we ought to rein in on these pilots. You know, if you talk to the folks on Sarah, I talked to the chairman of Sarah, he said their job is to bring in ratables. Well, ratables and pilots, they're two different things. Taxes and no taxes. It's one or the other. And the other thing I would say about a redevelopment plan that folks who don't sit on land use boards might not be familiar with. I went to the Sarah meeting the other day, very interesting meeting, to say the least. And I noticed from that, and there was what had been the Club Pure and is going to be developed into personal storage or mini warehouses. And the applicant made a wonderful presentation. They talked about the buffer. There would be a landscape buffer of 25 feet between the new facility and the homes there, because that's what the redevelopment ordinance called for. Well, that's a lesser standard. That's a lesser standard than our zoning ordinances call for. There was no planner. Sarah doesn't have a planner up there, but I asked Mr. Samuel, who technically is a planner, but he's an engineer, what would be the requirement if that was not in a redevelopment zone, if they were just going by the ordinance? He wasn't sure, and I'm not positive either. I haven't done this in a long time, but I am pretty certain it is not 25 feet. I am pretty certain between a commercial use, especially one on the highway, and a residential use, the buffer, if this was not a redevelopment area, would have been 50 feet. So they were touting how wonderful this 25 feet is, and 25 feet is about the distance between this podium and that wall. 25 feet of landscape buffer. If it had not gone through this process, which really is to circumvent the planning board. That's what I was told. I was told that these things go to Sarah to circumvent the planning board. If it had not gone through this process, and Mary, you were there, you heard me say this, the buffer would, I believe, have been 50 feet. So I think if we're going to do these things, and I understand redevelopment agencies, and I understand why you do these kind of things, and I am supportive of them generally, but not if there are lesser standards. Not if property, by virtue of the fact that it is in a redevelopment zone, there are the bulk standards are more lenient, are less strict than they would be if it was in a non-redevelopment zone. So that's my concern. When you do that and it affords the neighbors less protection, that's not a good thing. I understand. And the folks on Sarah explained to me their job is to bring in ratables. That's a good thing. With the way we're spending, we certainly need ratables. So I understand that, but there has to be a balance. You don't bring in ratables without balancing community needs and you know what's good for a community. If we brought in a slaughterhouse, it would probably pay a lot in taxes. That wouldn't be a good thing for the community. So the same principle has to apply here. So I urge you to go cautiously, not just on this, because this ought to be redeveloped. Should there be a pilot? No, I don't think there ought to be a pilot. The property that's at the entrance of town ought not to be in disrepair like this is. It ought to be redeveloped. We ought not to have to offer a pilot for it. And in other areas, there are no residential units around here, but in other areas where we do this, I think we have to be careful that we aren't lessening the standards, which creates a problem with neighbors. And especially when you have commercial property on a busy highway and residential property not too far away. The buffer there ought to be more than 25 feet, and it ought to be a very well landscaped buffer. That's my only comment on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that insight, Jim. I appreciate it. Anybody else with comments on ordinance number 30-22? Seeing none and seeing none online, and I'll echo those statements, Jim. I think one of the things that we are seeing here is absolutely we have the need and the ability to redevelop sites within our town. That makes sense. But it is that balance, and I think that that is starting to be what has really been our Achilles heel now over the last several projects, making sure that we balance that revenue aspect in order to take some of the burden off of us as taxpayers, as homeowners, but not to the detriment of our everyday lives. And that seems to be a conflict here. And I do appreciate not just the insight of Jim Robinson, but other individuals that bring these things to light, because as a mayor, I don't pretend to be a professional planner or anything else to the like. I'm a language arts teacher, and it does raise some concern. Yes, I've learned a lot, and redevelopment sites do offer up to developers an opportunity to minimize those types of original ordinances and rules that we have when it comes to zoning and what we approve to do. And yes, sometimes it's a benefit, and other times though, I'm just finding that a little bit too much is being taken away a little bit too often, and there's just not enough questioning. I am exceptionally concerned about the pilot. You know, I hear pilot, I look up in the sky, but the more that I hear pilot here in Saraville, it seems to be more connected to green than blue, which is money. And we can't afford to sell out our community. We can't afford to hand over large amounts of cash to developers where projects are maybe not as dire or in jeopardy or fiscally not reasonable. And we need to get better at doing that. We need to hold all those people that are on our committees accountable for those decisions, and we need to question them. We need to question them. So with that, and again, this was a project, I was on the redevelopment agency a long time ago when I first was elected here as a council person. And let me tell you, that was quite an education. It's an education every day. It's the most important board that we have, in my personal opinion. It is literally the happenings of our town. Everything, the soup, the nuts, the dessert is happening there in that board. It needs the most oversight. It needs the most transparency. It needs the most educated and the most caring individuals you can get on that board, because it changes the landscape of our town forever. And this is the entrance, the gateway of our town, right here, this document, this piece of paper. This is what you come over the bridge and you see every single day. So this one, we all have to watch to see what's happening. So at this time, I see nobody else that wishes to speak, so I will entertain a motion. I need our number 2 on planning and zoning. Is that you, Vince? Go ahead, Vince.
I move the public hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted on second and final reading and advertised according to law.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Conti,
Yes.
June 4.
While there's just a little bit of debate, I do have a question. No, it's okay, because I actually have a question for either Jay or the attorney here. Even though it's written within this redevelopment plan, well, within this ordinance right here, it's not it is adopting the redevelopment plan. And it does mention pilot agreements or something similar. That doesn't necessarily mean we have to grant that. It's something that's within the redevelopment plan, but not a requirement of the redevelopment plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to
It's
make
still-
sure that our residents understand that.
That's correct. It still would have to be approved.
Exactly. So in what Jim pointed out, it's listed in there that the agency and the borough can in fact entertain, discuss, look at, and research. But it is not a checkbox saying that it must accommodate the developer with these types of financial assistance. So you need to mark your calendars, you need to watch, and you need to see when this actually comes to fruition, where those discussions go. Councilwoman June 4th?
Yes, for me.
Thank you.
Mar?
So when I brought this up a few meetings ago, I was a little shocked to hear that some people were okay collecting taxes on the building that was dilapidated and an eyesore to our town. So I'm thrilled today that we are voting yes, I'm voting yes, and we deserve better. Several deserves better, and that's a great place to start.
Novak?
Yes.
Roberts?
Yes. Okay, that brings us to the end of those ordinance, and it brings us now to appointments on our agenda. And I do have to address a couple of things under this segment here. So last council meeting, there was an appointment made to the redevelopment agency. I believe we all saw it. It definitely earned a lot of views on YouTube and beyond. But I am going to have to ask our attorney to get some additional information and additional consultation in reference to the validity of that particular appointment. So just to put onto record, and for those that weren't here, and to make clear for Mr. DuPont, there is statute out there regarding who is in fact entitled to make appointments to boards and at which time that would go over to the council. There needs to be a little bit more investigation and possibly a little study on case law, the way that I read it and the attorneys that I've reached out to. As mayor, I have the ability to make appointment to the redevelopment agency. You had a resident come up at the last meeting to question that. I made an appointment to Mr. Dan Balca for the redevelopment agency position that was vacated by Thomas Palando. That appointment was voted on, but it was not successful. Following that, Council President Marr made an appointment to then appoint Mr. Frank Bella. The question that I have regarding statute and the way that this appointment took place, there is some ambiguity to whether or not that is a valid appointment. The way that I read it and the way it could be interpreted, that's why we need more clarification, is that that appointment really is mine for 30 days. After that 30 days, then the appointment would go to the council. So I'm going to ask that, Mike, you look for more clarity on that, and then we'll address the second appointment.
Yeah, there is some ambiguity from the ordinance that was created in 1997 and the state statute. So I'll look for a little additional clarity between now and the next appointment.
Now,
Or next,
I appreciate that. Because that question, and we need to have a little more clarity on that, it's my understanding that there was in fact a SARA meeting held this past Thursday. I would also, at this point, need to look into, once we get clarification, and even prior to make sure any business that was conducted on Thursday, any discussions, votes, or closed session meetings, or any type of moving forward of contracts or developments or projects that were on that agenda be looked into very carefully with the attorneys of the redevelopment agency, our attorney, and obviously in just a few moments, I will actually be asking the council and our business administrator, I almost said CFO as well, our business administrator, for the support to begin the process of looking into getting outside counsel, outside auditors, and forensic attorneys to come in and look into several of our committees in relation to Mr. Palando, in order to protect our taxpayers, protect our residents, and protect the interest of our town. We need to move forward with that. It is a process. It takes time in order to reach out for RFPs. And one of the things that I will be pushing to make sure is that any professional that we bring in to do this type of investigation should not have had any dealings with, or any happenings with, any plans with, or any type of agreements or contracts with the borough for at the very least 10 years or more. It's the only way that we can instill and really get the transparency, the trust that the residents need in an investigation this large. My second appointment that also needs to be looked into by attorneys is actually in reference to a couple of meetings back. The redevelopment agency yet again had a vacancy in which there were two names that were put in to fill a position for Mr. Don Newton. I did not make that appointment. The appointment was actually made by Council President Marr to appoint Kevin Delina, former councilman, Democratic Councilman Kevin Delina. Based on what I've known about the statute and based on comments and inquiries I have with attorneys, that appointment does not seem valid at all. So I'm going to ask that we take a look at that. Also ask for clarity on that as well, because I did not make that appointment. And since I did not make that appointment, the 30-day shot clock, as you would call it, had never started to tick, never started. The 30 days begins once the mayor makes an appointment. Since the mayor did not make the appointment, that is a vacant position and should not be filled right now at all. That creates an even bigger conundrum, I guess might be the word, because Mr. Delina has been serving now for at least a couple meetings, I would say, at least 2 meetings. As Commissioner of the Redevelopment Agency, we need to look into all of those votes. We need to look into all of those executive meetings, and we need to look in and see if any of the developments, contracts, or any other business that was happening at the Redevelopment Agency is in fact appropriate and in the best interest of the taxpayer. It's very, very difficult time right now for myself as your elected leader. And I'm certain for the council as well, and for our professionals. But we have to do everything in our power in light of the current accusations that are before this town to make sure that we are protected. The funds that are used to make sure that we are running appropriately, it's your money. Comes out of all of our pockets. The cost of attorneys, the cost of these types of projects, we can only bear so much. I would respectfully request at this point, in the best interest of our community, that the redevelopment agency, the professionals there, take pause where they can in the continuing with any of their business, with any of their contracts, with any of their discussions with the developers. I know there's a lot of attorneys and projects on site that have timelines, but I don't want to see anything that's for the good of the town be stopped or be looked at or become a problem or restrict us from moving forward with positive change as a result of the accusations we're faced with or inappropriate appointments that may or may not have taken place. So I will ask Jessica as the clerk to please reach out to the redevelopment agency professionals. I will make sure, Mr. DuPont, that you also, as our attorney, send notice officially to the professionals on the redevelopment agency, noting what I'm requesting. And also noting that as the mayor, I'm requesting a halt of whatever type of contracts or developments be put to the side where legally appropriate to protect our residents and protect our town. With that, I do know that there was another resignation that has come in recently from the redevelopment agency. In light of the research that has to be done regarding the statute and what type of appointments can be made, I am not going to make an appointment at this time. I will respectfully request that hopefully the council will not choose to do so, because I think that that puts us in even a more difficult situation moving forward. So I am not going to move to appoint anyone to that vacant term by Ms. Septa. That concludes my comments on appointments. We can move to new business unless the council wishes to act on the vacancy. Okay, okay.
We do not have a meeting in August.
I didn't remember if it was the August meeting or if it was after.
But
So-
whether or not those two groups matter, we still have quorum of the members, so nothing, and since all the votes are unanimous.
I'm going to defer to the attorneys on that because sometimes not everything is as simple as just a vote. I've been on the redevelopment agency. I understand there's a lot of executive session meetings and discussions. So, and oftentimes those discussions could turn around and change somebody's feeling towards voting a specific way. So that's why I think it's in the best interest to look into all of those happenings, those executive session meetings or discussions to make sure that they are above board.
Mayor, you were supporting Dan Balca in the previous meeting. Would you still support him for a vote for Sarah today?
Right now, I would not support anybody for a redevelopment position not because I don't think that Mr. Balca I still stand behind that vote. But what I have a problem with now is needing the clarification of statute in order to protect the business of the town and to protect the integrity of those votes and those contracts and those projects. Rest assured, I am absolutely unwavering in my support of Mr. Balca. I wouldn't have made that. And I believe that had my appointment been supported, and then that would have been an appropriate appointment based on what I read as statute and what other attorneys I have asked for clarification on. So it's not about the person right now. It's again about process. And process is really what dictates a lot of what occurs in the courts and in law and in development. And quite frankly, I shudder to think why we're in this position to begin with. You know, accusations are accusations, but these accusations, it's bribery. And this is concerning. I mean, I'm concerned for everyone involved. I'm concerned for us as a town. I'm concerned for the person that is accused. I'm concerned for, Polando and his family. But I have a job to do. You elected me to do a job. And I'm trying to do the best that I can. There's no handbook here. There's nobody up here that can guide us and tell us exactly what to do that I feel comfortable with. I think it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard for us to actually find people and professionals and attorneys and financial and forensic auditors to really come in and look at the number of years and the amount, the sheer magnitude of contracts and money and dealings that Mr. Polando and others have been a part of. Decades. I'm going to do my best, but I'm asking for understanding, support, and taking this one step at a time. So, and I hope the council supports that. So if there's no appointments then that to be made by anybody on the council, I'll move forward with the remainder of the agenda, which brings us to new business, and that's our supplemental debt statement.
I'd like to report that I received a supplemental debt statement received from CFO Denise Biancomano as of September 27, 2022.
Make a motion to receive and file?
Is there a second? Roll call.
Councilpersons Novak,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Dunfor,
Yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Roberts. Introduction of bond ordinance number 31-22, bond ordinance providing for various improvements in, by, and for the borough of Saraville, New Jersey, appropriating $1,433,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,361,350 bonds or notes of the borough for financing part of such appropriation.
Okay, this goes to the public for any and all oh, I'm sorry, it's just introduction. I get excited. There's so much. When the public is here, I want you guys to speak prematurely. Let me see, that is going to go over
No, council, yeah.
to the council. Go ahead, Mayor.
I move the ordinance be approved the first reading after postponed floor for public hearing to be held on October 11th.
Yes.
Second.
Councilpersons Novak,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
June 4,
Yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Introduction of ordinance number 32-22, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 4, the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Saraville to amend section 4-19.4, payment for off-duty assignments.
At this time, I'm going to turn that over to Councilwoman June 4th. That's public safety, correct?
Yes. ma'am.
Okay. Am I missing dates on
Yeah,
here?
it's-
Okay, that's okay. I thought it was just me.
October 11th.
Yes. But go ahead, Councilwoman June 4th.
Thank you. And I move the ordinance be approved on first reading, advertised according to law, and public hearing to be held on October 11, 2022.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilpersons June 4,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Novak.
Yes.
Roberts.
Okay, we are now going to move over to consent agenda resolutions at this time, but I'm going to just interject for two reasons. First, as many of you know, because we're getting close to the end, and this is when the mass exodus usually occurs after rezos and public portion, we do have really a family that needs our support, our prayers, our love, as they look for their son, Jonathan, who has been missing now since Sunday. Jonathan is 29 years old. He's a high-functioning autistic young man. And we know that there is an all-out search for him. We've brought in our police as well as neighboring police, county police, everything, state police. You will see that throughout the day today, we had many searchers out on ATVs with drones and helicopters. Just before we came in today, Ms. Biancamano and I did receive an update that they were going to be halting their searches for this evening, but they still have not found him. So this evening, and when you go home, please just take a few moments, send prayers, positive thoughts, and let's get this young man home. Okay, his family is absolutely, as you can imagine, heartbroken, but as a community, we're heartbroken as well. We just want him home safe and sound, and I have faith that he will come back to us, okay? He lives in the Main Street Townhome area, so as you're kind of walking around, or if you see somebody that might fit his description, please contact our authorities, and we're thinking of him. On a positive note, one of our councilmen is not here right now, and that is not because he doesn't want to be here. He actually was going to attend virtually, but I would just like to say congratulations to Christian and to his wife, who have now just welcomed a new baby boy into their family. Only a few days old. I will let him make his announcement officially of his son's name. His mom is doing great, baby is doing great, but I thought that would only be fitting that, that's a pretty big job. So I told him, you know what? Why don't you take some time and be with mom and baby tonight? We'll take care of things for you. But I know he was definitely excited about the TNR. That was, he goes, do we need to be here to get that ordinance through? Thoughts and prayers and love and support to both of those families. With that, consent agenda resolutions open to the public for any and all comments on consent agenda resolution items only. You can stand or raise your hand. Ken? They got me a smaller screen so I can see on this side now. For the last couple of months, I haven't been able to see on that side. Go ahead, Ken, name and
Thank you,
address.
Mayor. I'm questioning Resolution 2022.
Can you give an address for just?
I'm sorry, Ken Olszewski, 108 North Edward Street, Saraville.
Thanks, Ken. Which number?
2022-249. Can you give me an explanation as to where that stands and anything further than what's printed here?
Do you have anything more on that day? That's the multi-party traffic signal.
Yeah,
Mike, you
what?
know
We're
that one.
Supposed to meet with Old Bridge with Jay this Thursday.
So is this just the initial meeting on this, or is this?
No. This is the authorization to execute, and then Old Bridge wanted to talk to the borough on Thursday.
Okay, and what's going to happen here? What does this do?
Mayor.
Jay?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just,
This is the intersection of Bordentown Avenue and Cheesequake Road. The developer of the Arsenal project was required to improve that intersection as part of his project. So he's doing widening, curb improvements, and installing a new traffic signal. Because Bordentown Avenue is a county road, they asked for a jurisdictional agreement with Sayreville, who owns the property on one side of Cheesequake Road, and Old Bridge owns the property on the other side, the right of ways. So this agreement basically is between the county, the borough, Old Bridge, and the developer. The developer is going to fund everything, but because borough roads are involved, they want to be part of the agreement. So it allows the developer to do the improvements at that intersection.
Is this going to widen Cheesequake Road at Bordentown for turning lanes? Are there going to be arrows for directional turns, et cetera?
That's part of the upgrades. They're replacing the traffic signals. They're widening the curb radiuses on each corner. They're putting handicap ramps in. They're doing restriping on both Cheesequake and Bordentown to extend the turning lanes.
And this will be fully paid for by the developer?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and one of the reasons I questioned this for many years, I'm sure some of you will remember this, I have talked about an arrow at the intersection of Bordentown and Journey Mill Road to make that left into Journey Mill. It's a very dangerous place. Not that this isn't a busy intersection, don't get me wrong, but the problem I have with the Journey Mill Road left-hand turn is that people pass you on the right-hand side at 40 and 50 miles an hour. And somebody, I'm always afraid as I sit there, somebody's going to push me into the lane of oncoming traffic. Maybe it's not the right time to ask about that, but I am wondering where that stands because they told me, to work with the county on that 3, 4, 5 years ago.
since we're having that meeting coming up, and I know exactly where Ken is talking about, and that is now even more congested and high traveled area, especially with the soccer complex being right there. And there are so many families that come and go. That's what you're talking about,
Yes,
right by
yeah,
the Sunshine
exactly.
Biscuits, the old Sunshine Biscuits to
Yep,
get onto
you
Journey
got-
Mill.
when you're coming east on Bordentown to make that left.
I go to that area quite often myself, and I absolutely noticed that the speed of the cars coming on that side is really quite intense. They're coming off of Route 18, going through Bordentown Avenue there.
You bet.
And it really is like taking your life in your hands. It reminds me of prior to when we had the train trestle improvements done over at Ernst and Bordentown, where that was widened, and you literally had to just take the lane and pray you can get through. So if we're going to be having a meeting already, and I know it's for a different project, but if the county's going to be at the table, maybe we can at least broach that conversation and start another conversation.
I can answer the question, the status. Those are both county roads. Journey Mill and
Yes.
Bordentown are county roads. The county is looking to upgrade that intersection and address the signal concerns that you have.
Perfect.
They need to get approval from the railroad because that's involved with the intersection. They need to acquire property. And that's where it's been. And you're correct. We talked about this a few years ago.
Several, yeah,
And-
probably
and-
3, 4 years ago.
And the status is still the same. The county is still negotiating the necessary acquisitions to be able to move forward with that project.
Do we need to do anything to lobby the county?
Is it the county or the railroad? Which is the bigger issue?
County needs the railroad's approval, and that's something that they're working on.
So whatever support that we can offer the county in reference to that, I know in dealing with the railroad, that is literally an impressive feat. And yeah, that is definitely part of the issue, because you can see right as that track comes in to go into the factory. Let's see what we can do. Is there anybody on the council that would be opposed to us obviously trying to push this along and get as much support as we can? Yeah, I don't know how that would even be
Perhaps we
possible.
could do a resolution to the county, asking them to see if they can put that on top of the agenda, expedite. And
What
with
would
the
be your
railroad.
recommendation, Jay?
I can reach out to the county to try to get a better idea what the status is. And if it turns out they need some support, I can advise you, and then you can do the appropriate resolution.
And then we can do the resolutions as needed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. I appreciate that. Any other questions for consent agenda resolution items?
Denise, 254, is that a grant from our grant writers that they obtained, or is it from PD?
Oh, the safe and secure.
This is the safe
Right, but who applied for the grant? Our grant writers?
Safe and secure grant. We receive it every year.
Okay.
The grant writer does apply, but it is pretty much an ongoing.
Standard.
It's been going on for, I don't even know how many years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions on consent agenda resolutions? Anyone online, Nicole, that I see? All right, I will
Okay.
entertain a motion then.
I'd like to make a motion to close the public portion and approve consent agenda items.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilperson Mar,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
June 4,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Okay, that brings us to Borough Attorney first.
No report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, public portion. I didn't forget about you, Bob. I know you're there. But this is our public portion time. What I will ask respectfully is that we please keep comments to 5 minutes. And obviously, if you have something to say and you wish to speak again any further, please let everybody that has not spoken speak before you come up again. So I'm going to start in the back this time on the right, young lady all the way in the back. Young, yes, yes. Right there next to Karen. And I'm sorry. And then there's multiple young. I'm taking you all. Come on up. Form a line, I guess.
Farrell. I live at 7 Alacqua Boulevard in Oak Tree East, and we're here to ask about what's going on with the redevelopment of the parcel between the mini mall and the west side of our development.
As far as I know, there is none, but I'm going to pass that off to our redevelopment agency council people because I understand there may have been some discussion that was discussed. Oh, Lord.
A couple years ago,
Like,
yes, and we all came to
well
that
before
meeting.
COVID, I remember that,
There's some
housing
Sarah.
authority discussions, I believe. And I know that that was not well received by the residents.
Yes, the
So,
same residents are here today to say that we noticed that it was on the Sierra agenda maybe a couple months back, and we were wondering what that was about and if we can relook at that.
well, thank you for coming and let me pass it over. Jay, did you want to go?
I can advise you,
Okay.
back in May, the.
Pam, you can stay up here if you like. You don't need to retreat. You can sit if you want as well.
Back in May, the redevelopment agency sent a letter to the council suggesting that there be a study done to see if that property met the criteria to be put into a redevelopment area. So the council adopted a resolution in June, referred it to the planning board to have a study prepared, and the planning board is in the process of preparing that study just to see if it meets the criteria for redevelopment. No redevelopment plan at this point, just a study to see if it meets the criteria.
Now, prior to, and forgive me because my brain does get a little fuzzy going pre-COVID. When Councilman Steve Grillo was here, wasn't there a study done at that time in reference to that place, or was that just 35, the corridor on 35?
There was not a study done, I think, where there was some discussion about potentially developing that property, and then there were some concerns raised by the residents, and nothing further happened with it.
Was
There
that-
a study done.
Was that in combination with our housing authority and a mixed use type of?
That was with the
Project.
housing authority, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, but that had to be at least 7 or 8 years ago, I would think, a number of years ago. So right now, we are just in having the planning board look to see if it fits the redevelopment criteria.
See if it meets the criteria. They'll have a public hearing. They'll take action, refer it back to the council, then you'll need to decide how you want to proceed with that.
Okay, wonderful. Does that help answer your question then? So, yes, please come up, name and address, please, for the record.
Hi, Allison Hornbeck, 7 Driftwood Drive. So I'm just going to go off what Jerry was talking about. If you guys don't know, this is the piece of property. It's 75% deciduous trees.
Mhm.
So I'm going to read because it's been bothering me for weeks.
No, that's fine.
Block 446, Lot 2, Ernston Road is being considered for development, and currently there is a planner working on this project. So can somebody tell me, under the provision of Title 40A, municipalities and counties, the determination of need for redevelopment, which section of that was used? It's like A through H. Does anybody know?
Yeah, I'll defer that over to Jay. I don't think right now we've reached anything.
That is what the report he's working on is going to determine, whether any of those criteria that are in the statute you're referring to are satisfied. So it hasn't been,
Yeah,
the
but you
study hasn't
couldn't
been
have put
completed.
forth- You couldn't have put it forward to the planner unless it was, like, that had to be satisfied before it went.
No,
No?
he's
Did I
doing
read
this,
it wrong?
he's doing the study now. He's going to look at those criteria to see if any of those are satisfied. If they are satisfied, it would potentially meet the criteria for redevelopment. Then it would come back to the council for consideration. If it's approved, then a redevelopment plan would be prepared. That would talk about potential uses of the property, but it hasn't gotten past that first step yet, which is the planner doing a study to see if it meets the criteria.
Okay, so we just kind of want to nip this in the bud. So we understand that this was brought to the council by Sarah. So I just want to talk about Sarah really quick. Given the recent, do we not use the word arrest? Are we just saying accusation?
I'm just using what
When I
the
use the word
attorney,
arrest-
you do what you got to
Given
do.
the recent arrest of a Sarah member, any projects that have been brought forward by Sarah should be put on hold until such a time that a thorough review of accounts and an up-to-date audit is completed. I'm sincerely hoping that what I can't find on the Sarah website is incorrect. The last audit of Sarah was 2016. Please tell me that's not right.
I inquired this afternoon about that to see if that is a website situation or whether or not that is the last audit that we have on file. This is one of the reasons why we need to move to what I've asked for.
Right. So, right, and what you said last, in the vein of transparency, it's front and center. This absolutely needs to be front and center. So Mayor, I'd like to hold you to your promise. You know, let's drain the swamp, but until such time that all these projects put on hold. Just alone, if you look at the mission statement of Sarah, blah, 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 after some has been determined, such a redevelopment plan is approved by ordinances of borough, such part of the internal agreements to issue such obligations, do this net to appropriate. It talks about blighted areas. And the legal definition of a blighted area is an area which the governing body described in subparagraph A determines to be blighted area on the basis of substantial presence of factors such as excessive vacant land on which structures were previously located, abandoned, or vacant buildings, substandard structures, and vacancies. So by this very definition, this piece of land is not a blighted area, and Sarah is failing in its own mission. So, and I can tell you that none of the property owners in Oak Tree East want this, especially those that are directly affected, you know, that whose property line sits on that thing. I feel like I'm the Lorax speaking for the trees. I mean, these trees, it's easily 500, if not more trees. And those trees have been there. I've been there since 1966. And they're older than that. I have trees on my property that are 200 years old. So maybe these trees are at least 200, if not, you know, more old. So let's think about what these trees are doing, especially given all the development in town. I mean, they're cleaning our air. You know, we're going to wind up with asthma. You know, I hear about this tree bank, and you know what? The tree bank is going to wind up paying for people's breathing issues because we build back or we replant trees. Am I supposed to wait 100, 200 years for these trees? That makes no sense. But meanwhile, people are going to get sick. We're going to have breathing difficulties. You know, all of these trucks are going to start coming right down Ernstine Road, right up to 35, you know, the pollution alone. But think about the water drainage. You know, people's backyards are now going to be flooded because that's 3 acres that can absorb all of that runoff. So the stormwater management and the water quality, you know, we can't keep ruining this town. In that neighborhood, you know, we've had enough. You gave us Wawa and Starbucks and I'm good. We're done. Because the traffic and the garbage that is in that neighborhood now it's just awful. And we just don't need it.
You're definitely preaching to the choir here with me. And I think you've known, if you've watched the last meetings or the last several, I don't mince words and, you know, maybe I get a little passionate. I've been accused of grandstanding and whatever else. But you know what? This is the level that I'm at right now. This is the frustration. This is the anger that you're seeing. As mayor, I am limited in my powers. So you will hear me quite often asking the council, because they really are the powerful body here. It's a weak mayor system. I can't do unless it's a tie, and I'm imploring them to support me in what I'm asking them to do. So I implore you to ask them. The meeting opened where there was I respect Council President Marr. She was not happy with what was posted in the Globe or what was stated or the demeanor or the way in which I made my comments about certain things. I'm sorry, it might make me sound like the ultimate B word, but I'm going to stand my ground and I'm going to fight for you guys. This is not soapbox standing. I'm angry. I'm mad. It's my town. I've lived here my whole life. And I don't like what is happening. And I'm asking people to help me drain the swamp. I'm asking people to stand up and do what's right. And I'm grateful that over the last several meetings, we've got a packed house. So people are starting to pay attention. And there's a lot of common sense. I remember when you guys were here that last time and the concept and the ideas of the multi-use. And I go there, I go to Santino's all the time. I drive up and down. I have family in Morgan. Me, doesn't look like the right place
And
for
that piece of
development. I'm
property is
here.
going to cut off half that parking lot. I mean, do the business owners know that?
It's already
It
hard
goes
to
right
pull
up
in
to
and
the
out of
fence.
there. It's already a
Yeah,
disaster.
it goes right up to the fence of the water tower. So you're gonna develop it and do what? So now people, it just, I beg you guys, please, like, nobody in that neighborhood wants this to happen. It's trees, and I can't tell you how much wildlife and birds and insects that we have. We're gonna destroy the whole thing.
And there's a lot of cats over there that Denise still has work to
But there
do.
are, but you know what? The neighbors will tell you. nobody has-
Did you get rid of them? They're
Nobody has a
working.
cat problem over
Good.
there.
Good, because I know that was an area that we were very concerned with a number of years ago.
Yeah, we don't have an issue.
So right now, what we're at, and Jay, I do trust in Jay with stating the process here. So, and I get nervous because here's my question. It's like, okay, well, who decided to put this back onto the redevelopment project? Because you heard when Jim Robinson got up and spoke, when something goes into a redevelopment zone, there's a lot of things now that are open to the developer for negotiations and discussions. That makes me nervous and scared. And right now, my personal opinion, you heard me say it. We need to press the brakes on the redevelopment agency right now. There are commissioners right now that I am concerned about the validity of their appointments. There are projects right now after the arrest, and now those accusations, concerned about that. We've got more projects now that we're putting onto this board. Why? Why do we want to do this right now? Let's get a strong, solid foundation. I mean, they're about planning and developing and building, right? Don't you need a strong foundation that's not rocky and murky and underwater? Let's get it there again. And then we can all trust and feel better, because right now, when I see something coming out of there, I'm questioning why, how, who was involved, and is this right? And that's not fair, because there's good people there, but right now, everything's tainted. And until I feel good about it, I can't even read some of this stuff. I can't imagine. The council has to make decisions on this.
So Mayor, I don't hear anyone disagreeing. You have my support. I'll speak for myself, and I don't hear anyone disagreeing up here. So whether it's insinuated or not, you have our support.
It's a pristine piece of property that really does not, I mean, it's a whole continuous line of trees all the way out to Oak Tree East. I mean, just leave it be. There's so many other places in town where we can reimagine and redevelop things that are already here. That should be the challenge to Sarah. Let's reimagine what we already have instead of knocking down these trees.
So we're going to be, Jay, for right now, the redevelopment agency recently put this to the planning board to research and execute.
Actually, the mayor and council did.
Our mayor and council did put it to the redevelopment agent. No, the redevelopment agency put it to us and we put it to the planning board. That's, okay, so I'm right.
The board is acting on your resolution.
So, but what I'm saying is this request originated from the redevelopment agency. The redevelopment agency said, hey, there's this parcel of property. We want to look at if it fits the criteria for redevelopment. The only they come to the council had to then vote whether to turn it to the planning board to investigate. It makes me nervous because it's initiated out of that redevelopment agency. That's what makes me nervous right now. So, but we're ready, 2 steps down the road. The redevelopment agency requested the council, the council's now put their,
Rolling inertia.
that's what
Come
I'm
on.
concerned about.
So I just want to throw myself in front of that boulder.
It looks like right now, and I'll have our attorney look into it, at this point, based on everything that has just transpired, within the town with the arrest of Mr. Palando, with what I'm asking for is investigation, where we are with this redevelopment plan to be in the possibility of this being in the redevelopment zone, and if the planning board should be moving forward with that investigation right now. And then we can come back to the council and see where we are with this. If not, and you can make your calls to the redevelopment agency. There's no developer in line for this, so we're just looking to see if it fits the statutory criteria for redevelopment.
Well,
But-
I'll save you some money, save the town some money. No.
I wish I can say that. I mean, I'm assuming that the planning board will go through that, but listen, we might need to pump the brakes here, and if we might need to tell the planning board, if possible, hold on that investigation right now, because I want to know what brought this back onto the radar.
And if you find an audit newer than 2016, please share it, because that scares the bejesus.
Guess
out of me.
what? So one of the things that we do need to discuss in business is moving forward with putting out RFPs. I will be asking Ms. Biancamano here and the support of the council to start the process needed in order to put out RFPs for professionals for a investigation, an outside investigation into the arrest of Tom and all of those.
You probably have to go outside Middlesex County.
I was thinking state, but you're
Yeah.
a little, I guess, more positive than me right now.
All right.
I hope I answered at least some.
Yeah, I mean, we will keep an eye on if this should come up again, to the planning board and everything.
You have to.
so.
Yeah, and as council, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, we could pause it, even if it came out of the planning board as meeting criteria. Council can still put the brakes on that.
Correct. I had mentioned if you're not in favor of this moving forward, even though you adopted a resolution, maybe you want to go through and tell the planning board just not go further until
Yep.
whatever action you want to take is completed.
Well, that may be a good idea in line with what you were saying before about everything that's come out of Sarah. So
That's what I would be asking the council for. So we can do that right now, which is authorizing Mike DuPont, I would assume, to contact the planning board officials to let them know that in reference to doing any research on the redevelopment possibility of that site, that we pause that right now until we can get a better handle on the situation out of the redevelopment agency. Vince, I think that would make the most sense.
need a motion for that?
I would think that you would, because we have a change here that's coming out of the resolutions. Would that be
Yeah,
best to
so you
do?
know what, just authorize me to send a letter to the planning board asking them to pause any further investigation on the redevelopment.
Block 446,
of the-
lot
you said
2.
the mini- What was it?
It's,
Block 446, lot 2.
Yeah, I could send that to the planning board attorney and chair,
Mhm.
and then Jay can send the message.
I'll make them aware of the council's recommendation.
Okay, so if we have a motion, then
Okay,
Vince.
so
you'll make that
I'd
motion?
make that motion to shift this over to attorney Mike DuPont and to send a letter to planning board on block 446 lot 2. And that we want to take another look at that.
We're going to pause the.
We're going to pause. We're going to pause and take another and review that.
Second.
Second. All right, we'll need a roll call then.
Councilpersons Conti,
Yes.
June 4,
Yes.
Mar,
Yes.
Novak.
Yeah.
Roberts.
And just to be clear, this was going through that process anyway, but we're sending it back again. But I'm okay with that, but it was still going to be reviewed.
It was.
Not going to
Yeah,
be reviewed
it was
now.
going to be reviewed by planning board, as you said.
The planner for the planning board is in the process of preparing this study. As I understand it, you want him to stop the work he's
So now we're
doing.
going to stop this, pull back the study.
Right.
He'll stop the work he's doing until he's guided otherwise.
Okay,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah, because we're early on in the process. Nothing has really transpired. And we want to look at a lot of different things. Why get them started on it? Let's take a look and
Yeah.
we could always revisit it later if needed,
Exactly,
if we thought it was best.
because there's nothing right now
Right.
in the hopper. So right now we can control our own destiny at this point. Wonderful. There was some progress there. Here we have some more hands. Wow.
To answer the previous person, I have some information to let me speak. I just
Hold on, you can't speak from there though, Frank. Just give me a second. And just one second. I'll have you come up, Mr. Bella. And if are you speaking as resident?
I have an answer to the previous person.
What was the question?
About the sorry side of the Sarah website, that it is so old, the information on it is so old. I just wanted to let the council know and the resident know. I had a conversation with the executive director. That was a major concern of mine. I asked him about updating the budgets, the audits, the resolution.
Executive director by name, please.
Is Joe Ambrosia. Okay, and he assured me that he would work on getting that. He took responsibility for being delayed. So what I will do tomorrow, I will email him again, tell him that a resident brought it up at tonight's council meeting and get a specific date. He assured me he would do it quickly, but I did not pin him down to a date when it would be done.
We're going to pin him down right now. So what you're telling me then is the executive director of the redevelopment agency, attorney, Mr. Joe Ambrosia, has admitted that there is no audit outside of August 16th.
Well, the audits
just
are there.
wait.
The audits are done.
They're
So the audits, budget, everything's up to date. They just haven't been posted on the website.
So the attorney for the redevelopment agency,
Not the attorney, the executive director.
the executive director. So Joe Ambrosio is not acting as any attorney at all. He's what?
Mr. Baker is their attorney.
Is their attorney? I just want
Ambrosio
to.
is the executive.
Okay, so he's the executive director, is stating that the audits are done, but they have not been posted
Posted on the website.
since, what was the date?
From what I saw, like 2016 for the budget and the audits. So they have like 5 or 6.
So
years behind, but the resolutions are
2016
not
is
up
the
to date.
last time that we've had public access to the redevelopment agency's audits. So I appreciate, Mr. Bello, you putting that on record for me, but I'm gonna relieve you of communication. Our attorney, as part of this investigation, you are going to send an official notice and email, Jess, to Mr. Ambrosio, stating that we need to have all of those audits posted, and we're going to need that in, if they're already completed, that should be within 30 days or less for the public.
And budgets, might as well get the.
And
budgets in there
budgets.
Too, and resolutions.
And any other outstanding documents that should have been made public. This is very concerning, people.
Well, it was a
This is
concern of
very
mine,
concerning.
and
and I
that's why I wanted
appreciate
to
it.
let you know, I had a conversation and he was very amenable to doing it. Again, I didn't pin him down on a date that he would have it done, but he did say he would make it a priority.
That I appreciate that, Frank.
That's
Thank you. So this needs to be done in official capacity from the council and from the mayor's office and from the attorney. So clearly what I had feared is a transparency issue. I can almost say a year is one thing. We're going back 2016. I mean,
And Mayor,
I-
I'll just add, I am very proud of Frank's effort on Sarah being his first meeting, and I'm looking forward, since this is my also first meeting, to help direct it in a more positive fashion.
we've got a lot of work. I'm a lot. Lots of hands have come up. I'm sorry, Mr. Merriman, you're still okay over there? You want to take us off the clock yet? No. Let's see, I'm gonna, young lady that is directly behind Mr. Bella, who I tried to get up before. Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Meg Heekin. I live at 50 Driftwood Drive, and this vacant lot is directly behind my house. I have two issues. Being a gerontologist, and I'm interested in seniors. I'm becoming a senior myself, and I'm very concerned about whether or not that's an appropriate place for elderly people, particularly people that have dementia. It's very close to Ernston Road. And that's my concern. I realize I'm a medical person. The procedural legal issues, I realize that. But I just came to reiterate our concern about, besides the fact that there's noise, there's tremendous garbage. People seem to think it's okay to dump behind the mini mall. They have these big grease things that the restaurants use. At one point, we had a mouse problem, which I don't really have a problem with mice that much, but not in my house. My dogs go after all this stuff, but I'm concerned about, first of all, I'm very concerned and very shocked that it's been since 2016 that we haven't had any kind of fiscal accountability. That worries me. But my main concern, of course, we want that noise barrier between Ernst Road and our home. We already have that monumental tower, which they seem to be adding to all the time. But my concern is that the council knows that there are people in that neighborhood who are very concerned about, what can go in that. We look at that level, we're like, what can go over here? It's a strange shape. It's got a huge hole in the middle. And the trees also, I'm concerned about the trees because we're going to have all kinds of flooding and all kinds of issues. We're going to create a swamp over there if we pull up all these trees. I've seen it happen. So that's it. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the council needs to know. I'm not really very vocal. I sometimes sit back. I realize I don't know much about procedural issues, so I leave that to someone else. But I felt it was very important to come out tonight and state there's more than people don't want this. It's more, there are reasons for it. So, I mean, we want rateables. We know our taxes are going up and people are leaving Sayreville because of the taxes. I'm all for redevelopment and I'm all for senior facilities and senior help. I could probably go over there and work if I wanted to, if they built it, but whether or not that's appropriate, what do we do when somebody goes out in some dementia goes out into Ernst Road? Then what? Then the town has another lawsuit. We have lose a life.
Yeah.
So that's it. I don't want to take up
Comes
any
back to
more-
balance
more
again.
time, but
Thank you.
thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So let's see, anybody that hasn't come up, I'm going to start the cycle again. Jim, and there's no one online, right? Okay, we'll start the cycle again.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Robinson, 11 Burrell Square, and I'm here to talk about the same property. I don't know where I was in June when the council passed this and sent it to the planning board and asked them to take a look at it. And I just became acquainted with it the other day when I went to the Sarah meeting and I heard that they were looking at it and I asked what the genesis of it was, and Attorney Baker said that Commissioner Roberts, he called her Commissioner Edwards, but he said Commissioner Roberts had suggested that they take a look at that. That was the first I heard of that. Okay, well, I'm just telling you what he said at the meeting. And I think to put things in perspective, we ought to refer to this property not as the property behind the mini mall. We ought to refer to this property as the property next to Oak Tree.
Oak Tree, right.
So that we know that there are not just stores, there are folks living there.
Duly noted.
And they obviously have a concern about their property. So when I went to Sarah the other day, and that really is the place to be, a lot, not kind of interesting the way they run their meetings, we won't go into that, but interesting. A lot of things happen there. It's a very powerful, influential board, and more people ought to go. I don't know if those meetings are posted. I put something on Facebook about them. Somebody asked if they're televised. I don't know if they're televised. They ought to be.
They should be televised. I know that when I was on there, they were televised. They're no longer televised.
Well,
That
would be
Never televised, they're recorded.
They're recorded. I
Recorded.
thought that's something that, honestly, that board is that important. It should be televised.
Yeah, absolutely. They are probably, they are generally, economic development agencies are generally considered to be one of the top 2 or 3 boards in the town, including the governing body. In some instances, I'd say the way that board does things, they are probably more powerful and influential.
And if we don't have the technology in that room in order to accommodate, we can make certain
Well, they
that
can meet
this
in
room
this
is
room.
available. because our Board of Adjustments, our Planning Board, this meeting, and I think the redevelopment agency, especially now in the interest of transparency, absolutely should be
Yeah,
televised.
and if folks in government service are proud of what they do, they would want everybody to see what they're doing and how they do it and ask questions and be mindful of what
Let's
they're
make
doing.
that request
But
to the agency.
I'll tell you what confused me, and I wasn't here in June. I don't know why. It was pool season or mojito season or whatever, but I wasn't at that meeting in June or I didn't know what the council was doing when they asked that this be looked at. And I'm glad that they appear to be backing off of it a little bit now. And I'm not as familiar with that property as some of the other folks who live in Oak Tree are, but I know this, that when we were talking about COA and we were talking about the need for senior housing, I came up many, many times and I said I would come up again and talk about this, and then we get into COVID. Commissioner Chairman Olszewski weighed in on this too, that Rutgers produced a study that said there is a need for senior housing in the community. As I said at Sarah the other day, most of us are getting older, so that we know there is a need for senior housing. The Housing Authority brought in a consultant, and the consultant looked at various properties in town that the borough owned, and the one that scored the highest for senior housing was this property over here by Oak Tree. Now, I'm not suggesting that, but if we have to build senior housing and we have to do things for affordable housing and we have choices, you know, Sarah has done warehouses and mini warehouses and things like that. They've also done the affordable housing on Gloucester Court, and I compliment them for that. That's a great thing. I was happy to be a part of that. I would much rather, if something is going to be developed there, something like what was talked about, a senior facility with medical care be there. It is a residential neighborhood. And so that's something I think we ought to take a look at. I'm not going to repeat what I said about, you know, when it's a redevelopment plan, the standards are more lenient. So if I were the neighbors living there, I'd be concerned about that.
Sure.
So I would ask that, of course, the best option is that it be left alone. But if it is going to be developed, I think it is probably in the town's best interest and the neighbor's best interest that it be developed for senior housing with the medical facilities for the residents, rather than the kinds of things that Sarah typically develops, because as we know, they're in the business of bringing in rateables, so they want to get the best bang for the buck. And I appreciate that you are sending a letter to the planning board, which they can ignore. What I would suggest is, you know, when the Board of Education in its wisdom decided to put a school bus terminal in Morgan, I suggested that folks go to the meeting and ask them to rescind that vote. And they didn't want to do that, but there was enough pressure, and ultimately they did that, and it was off the table and things had to stop, and we know what happened. I'm not so sure it's going in the best place, but at least it's better than Morgan. And I would suggest, since you're in the mood to make motions, not just that you write a letter to the planning board saying, put this on hold. I would rescind the vote that you took, the action that you took in June, so that it's officially stopped. And they have to start over. And maybe if something is to go there, maybe what you'd seriously consider is the senior housing rather than commercial development there. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, no, exactly. We are going to look at, in consultation with the attorney, I'm going to look at that initial vote. So that way, if we do need to do an official rescinding of that, we'll be able to do that at the next meeting. So that, yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, I believe that Art, you didn't speak yet. Art, come on up. Sorry, Steve. Sorry, Ken. I promise I'm trying to stick with my rule.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Art Rittenhouse, 33 Delacat Lane, also Chairman of the Cerebral Shade Tree Commission. I do have some concerns that I think we have to look into, and I've written letters to the Board of Education and to the Zoning Planning Board and to the Mayor and Council that for the tree bank, just for people who don't understand, the tree bank is designed to replace trees that are taken by different developments or other natural disasters, things like that that occur. The only people that can authorize anything out of the tree bank are the CFO and the Shade Tree Commission, and we work very closely together on all of those factors. Some of my concerns are some of the projects that we are never made aware of. As I said at the last meeting, affordable housing has no place in granting an exemption for trees. For example, the place, 1,400 trees, we got nothing out of that. So the developer made all that money, cuts them down. And the other was Kaplan, the Kaplan area across from the mini mall where Restoni's is. What I'm requesting is that we be informed, so at least we know what is going on so we can monitor these things. I requested the Board of Education to ask us to sit at the table, make recommendations on the new bus compound, which is going to go on Cheesequake Road. Everybody was upset with everything that went down with the Arsenal project. However, they did it correctly, and they did contribute to the tree bank, and everything was done above board. So on that case.
Oh, with Arsenal, you're saying?
Right, and I've
Okay.
spoken to them, and they're going to also consult with us to get our ideas for replacing some trees and where to put those. And that's really what the Shade Tree Commission should do. Some of our goals, the Parks Department is surveying all of our parks to see where we may need trees. We need copies of permits, and people who cut down trees have to be, by state law, have to use a certified tree expert. It can't just be Charlie's Tree Service who doesn't have any certification. Has to be a certified tree expert. We would like to get copies of different permits. Macarthur Avenue, like to see the Rutgers plan reinstated. That was a plan that would have made Macarthur Avenue, Weber Avenue, a beautiful walking trails, proper grasses to prevent more flooding, and that was just dropped. And the excuse was that, well, Blue Acres didn't do it. Unfortunately, Woodbridge and South River, within a year and a half of Sandy, had their projects done. We could have had that done 5 years ago, and we would have had that.
So Art, can I comment on that, Mike? Because I was just with Commissioner Tamaro talking about this, and he's, correct me if I'm wrong, Blue Acres property, we cannot touch. Is that true?
Not 100% true.
The state obviously buys it with their money, and there are certain restrictions and requirements of Blue Acres, and normally it's by deed.
So we'd have to apply for,
I'm sorry, what?
They can't hear you.
The Blue Acres, when they buy, or the state buys it through funding of Blue Acres, there are certain restrictions for those properties. A lot of times those restrictions are either outlined in an agreement or they're outlined in a specific deed to that specific property.
and if we would like to do anything on that property, we'd have to apply
You have to ask
for
Blue Acres
permission.
for permission and to make sure that the restrictions that are on that property are not violated.
So Art, I remember, it's going back a while when you and I were sitting over there together. The original Rutgers plan was huge. It was expensive. And I
Right.
remember it, we talked about,
$500,000
right,
with outside labor doing all the work.
right. And some of it included, which was some concern for Public Works because it was like with infrastructure changes. But I could have sworn it had to be before COVID that we said we would at least initiate that first, it was the first or the second phase. I think it was the first phase. How, we never got any further than,
No.
we didn't. So
So how do we make that happen?
$50,000
Yeah.
planning 167 trees on Macarthur
And we
Avenue.
were in agreement. The council was in agreement to that first phase actually going through, because that came to a vote. I remember it. And we all agreed at the very least to entertain the phase one, because that included a lot of the replantings, a lot of things, I think, closer to the water there. We should go back and revisit what that was. And see at least if we can move through phase one.
And the approvals can be given.
Right.
The other towns around us have done things on their Blue Acres land without
So
a
we have to reach
problem.
out to Blue Acres.
Yep.
Is that something you do, something
Did
you need us
apply
to
for
do?
Did you apply for the garden with the state?
No.
You put that on Blue Acre property.
That the business administrator okayed that property for our
He's
use.
not the state.
Right. Right. So last
it can be done.
meeting,
There's proof that it can be done.
and I'm
here in
happy to get
Saraville.
that going. So last meeting, a resident wrote us all a letter, handwritten letter, and I did not take that letter home, but they said they reached out to you also, and they used to live on MacArthur, and they wanted to look into improving that area between the garden and St. Stan's area. If you still have their contact info, that's something that, I think we would definitely like to move forward with. But to go into a little more detail, Art, so recently, and I know other people are aware, due to the warehouses, Shade Tree brought in $1.9 million from the trees, 1.7. Currently, checking with Denise today, you currently have $2.5 million in your account. What are we doing with it? Is there a plan?
I just went through
Right.
about 5
So
items. Yes, there is. a
planting
plan.
one or two trees here and there, I've seen recently, but the past few years, we've had $500,000 in the account and nothing's really been done with it. So understandably, people are upset about all
During-
these trees coming down, but how do we move forward with?
During the past few years,
solution.
Shade Tree has not had a full complement until this year of commissioners. We have to be certified. 4 of our people will be certified the end of October. We are planning a lot of items. The one would be the Rutgers plan, redoing that. The other is we're going to have to spend between $100,000 and $200,000 on counting every tree we have in Saraville. It's a new state unfunded mandate that we are required to do. We have 5 years to get it done. So that's where part of that money is going to go. And when they say every tree, it's not just guessing from photographs. There's a whole system to check. So we have that coming up. Other projects, we're working with the schools. The upper elementary school had to have trees cut down. I met with them and we're going to be replacing 20 trees there. I had a resident today call me that the new Dunkin' Donuts by ShopRite, their speaker is directed right at their house, and the noise is gonna come right in to their house. We own property on Ernston Road behind their houses. We're looking at possibly, I'm gonna bring this up at the next meeting, putting a sound barrier up of trees such as fir trees. When we do new trees, we don't buy little seedlings that we give away every Arbor Day, because that would be 100 years by the time. We give fully grown trees that we put up so that they're active and they're active in helping the environment. So we're going to be coming up with more things, and we're always looking for suggestions. Also, you mentioned, we just planted 3 trees over the weekend, memorial trees.
One for
on
Matt
borough
Winston, a prior
property.
employee, right?
Two at Kennedy Park, and one in that divider between Ernston and Corey for a past member of the Shade Tree Commission who had passed away. The other was for a Public Works employee who had passed away. So we're doing things like that. The thing is, for the longest time, people would just use that as a piggy bank and take the money out for projects that needed to be done. We're tightening up, and we want to watch and make sure we account for where that money's going. An example is the community center at 216 Ernston Road. September of 2021, they were issued a violation. Nothing was supposed to happen. Now, at the last meeting, I heard all sorts of people saying that all sorts of activity was going on. They still don't have permits.
So I
And
know.
My estimation from what Mr. Mick said at the last meeting, they should owe us $100,000.
Right, so I know currently they're fined over $100,000. And we are awaiting a court date, and Mr. Mick is here to confirm that. Mr. Conti
But-
also went out to the property, but
But they went
I
to
agree
court.
with
They went to
you.
court in October of 2021.
So Mr. Mick can
So,
discuss more
mean,
with that.
You know, and to get that information is very difficult for me, and
Right.
one agency to the other within town should be able to get information as quickly as possible. The Mako property, the fiasco with the trees. Mr. Dupont was supposed to find out and let me know when the court case was going. Instead, he talked to Mr. Mako and told him to go see the prosecutor, never told me they reduced the fine from 95,000 to 25,000. So we're tightening up. We want to make sure that it's properly going. And if that money is used, it's going to be used to improve the borough of Saraville for the residents and make sure things are done, not for the developers.
Right, and I like the idea of the Rutgers Garden with the pathways. That's something substantial that we can bring back to Macarthur.
And things we're doing, projects with the schools, every school. This year, it's coming up, we have a 6th grade poetry contest, which is all of the schools, not only the public schools. And in the spring, we're going to have a big art contest. So those
Great.
are the things that are going on.
Okay, I'm happy to see where that $2.5 million will be spent.
Yes, it'll be spent very wisely, believe me.
Art.
Okay, yes.
Pardon me, Mayor. Art, have you been in touch with the school about the bus complex and working together with them yet?
I sent Dr. Lobby an email, and with 3 minutes later, he responded back that he wants me at the table. I haven't heard from the borough.
Who have you reached out to at the borough and have not heard a
I
response
sent it
from?
to the mayor and council, asking them to inform all of the boards that we wanted to be included. Okay? Any other questions for me?
You know, we were keeping it to 5, but I'm going to
Oh,
give
wait a
this to you.
minute.
I'm
I
kidding.
wasn't talking the whole time.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No, I don't have anything else, Art. Thank you.
Okay.
But yeah, I already told Mike that I want him to reach out also to Dan Frankel as well, because he'll have more info on that original Rutgers plan, at least on MacArthur, and
Right.
we'll see, and I'll give you a call.
All right, but let's
So-
move forward and get that area so it looks
Yeah.
nice. We're worried about coming into town from Route 9 and 35. We should also worry about what it looks like
Decide.
coming up Macarthur Avenue.
Absolutely. Thanks, Art. All right, here we go, guys. I've got all the way in the back. Come on up. She has not spoken yet. Sorry, fellas.
Debbie Ravel from 17 Driftwood Drive. I'm also addressing the property over by Oak Tree East.
Okay.
Only to answer a couple of questions that were raised. This was originally brought up on the May 23rd meeting by Franco during the business administrator's portion, the planning and zoning. This originally started in 2015 or 2016. There's a lengthy Facebook post explaining a lot of stuff. So the survey that was referenced, it was done by Rutgers. 7,000 surveys went out. 1,800 came back. And they have the statistics. I have the statistics. It's in the minutes of one of the meetings.
My mind wasn't that far off
No, it
that I
wasn't.
was.
You're right. You're remembering very correctly.
Thank you.
So, but what we don't have is the questions that they asked and the breakdown of who they went to.
Okay.
But it said, you know, some of the results that came back was 23% would like to move to senior housing. 27% are going to move out in 1 to 2 years. 74% would like to stay in Saraville, 26% within
Oh,
1
I
to 2
understand.
years.
I remember now.
So,
Yes.
yeah, but there was also pilots discussed with this. This was, it was a $17 million project, and it was going to be $850,000 was going to be our cost of it. It's a lot. It's a long thing, so I don't want to read the whole
What
thing.
was the date on that again?
This was 2016.
2016, did you say May?
This was 6 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, this is on the Saraville page.
Okay.
On January 2016. And this was referencing the October or the January 25th council meeting.
Okay.
So that's where we'll find the minutes
Thank you for that.
in
Very
in
good.
2016.
Yeah.
Something
that's-
came up in 2015 also, but I'm not sure what that was. But it originally started this year in May.
Okay.
So it was referenced at that meeting. And we had in June of 13 is when you guys voted on the resolution. Then it went to,
Would you share that with our clerk? It will make it a little easier for her since you do have it readily available. I won't make you read off every date.
well, it's only July
Oh, Jill.
20th. It went to the planning board
Okay,
and August 17th.
okay.
So that's what I have. And that's where, I guess, where it is now.
Yes, well, right now, what you just saw was we just put a pause on that.
Yeah.
And as Jim had mentioned, if we need to, we'll rescind at the next meeting. If it is from a legal perspective, that initial referral to the planning board in order to officially pause that. But that's very helpful. Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate your quick research in files back there.
Yeah, I'll send you an email with all the information that I have.
That would be great.
To refresh your
Would
memory.
you CC also the clerk for
Yes, I
me
will.
on that as well?
And there was also a current comment made on Facebook saying that there are some people that are determined to develop that property.
Okay,
So it's interesting to find out who and why. Because like people have said before, the flooding, the trees, the aesthetics of the development, like when you drive in to that park view, that first street, and you
Yeah.
drive in, it's gonna affect everybody, not just those immediate houses, because you drive in and you see all the trees. And that property is higher than the rest of the development.
yeah, it is.
Any
yeah.
building that goes there is now you're gonna see it over all the houses. And that's what we have exactly on the other side where Wawa is. So we have a lot of those trees by Wawa. Wawa's great. It is
Right.
great. But they could have kept a lot of those trees there. So you're on that end of the development and it's lights. I can see lights in my bedroom window in the wintertime when the leaves aren't on the trees. So when you're thinking about a development, it's not just this piece of property. It's when the rehab center. So when that rehab center went in and that was rezoned to be that, we had an increase in breaking in the cars in the neighborhood. We have had people high as a kite trying to walk into my neighbor's house on 2 occasions. Things like that are happening. So we have that, we have Wawa, and now we're gonna have that. And we're getting the warehouses, we're getting 44 townhouses at the end of Ernst
Yeah,
Road.
yeah.
So it's a lot happening in this area. So, and this is 3 measly little properties. And if you keep up that natural barrier of those trees, you're left with what? 2 acres? That's not enough to put there. And in the original plans, it was noted to do shopping, to have medical services. I don't know, where are these, there's no
remember all
shopping
that.
there. Where are these people gonna go shopping? And if they're elderly, if they're not driving, they can't walk across Ernst Road. They can't walk over to Gateway Shopping Center. It's too dangerous.
I do remember that was the part that I remembered, that whole concept of that mixed use and multi,
Yeah.
I do remember the discussions and thinking to myself, wow.
And
like,
as far as any office space going, there's empty office space there. There's empty office spaces down Ernst Road. So that wouldn't be a feasible, idea either.
Mhm.
But as far, I'm beating a dead horse.
Well, again, and I appreciate all of your neighbors coming out. As soon as you saw that, that's what we need. Don't assume always that we know everything that's up here, but it triggered at least a little bit more in my mind. And you know where we are right now. So if you need to come back again, keep up to what we're going to have to address at the next meeting in reference to potentially doing a formal resolution to pull that away from the planning board, to not just pause this. And let's see what else happens. But, keep an eye on your neighborhoods and advocate and let us hear what you want. And that's what we need to do. We need to have balance. So
I'll
thank you for
send
that.
you a detailed email with all this information that I have.
I appreciate that. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Ken and then to Steve. Come on, Steve.
Mayor, just real quick, Don and I both looked, we don't have an email from Art Rittenhouse, so maybe he just sent it to you, or if Art's listening, I think he left already, if he could resend the email.
I know Art pretty, he'll be.
I think I had it. I'll check, Michelle.
Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
All
Ken
right.
Olszewski, 108 North Edward Street. I wanted to talk tonight about the redevelopment of Hercules, the Arsenal site. I was at the planning board meeting when this was approved, and that's basically what I'm looking to talk about. Number one, I'm not opposed to development. I'm not a NIMBY. This is not that close to me. I'm certainly in favor of ratables. And I know Trammell Crow, they're a first-class developer. I've worked indirectly with them through my company years ago. They're a worldwide developer, they're first class. So we get that out of the way at first. I just want to review a little bit about what's going to go on here. And Jay, since I am a senior, my memory is not as good as it used to be. I might have to call on you, and you just feel free to jump in through your approval, Mayor, to straighten me out on some of this. So we're talking about a site developing right now of over 1 million square feet of warehouse, 3 mega warehouses. Is that phase one, Jay?
Yes, it is.
That's phase one. And this was approved with no connector road to Journey Mill Road, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the factor that's there. We know what it looks like. Everybody is talking about this site. I've had people say to me, they're calling this a third world country within Syria. We've heard talk here about knocking down trees and what it's doing to the environment. Well, this sets all new records for that. What's done is done. I don't think we can reverse this at this juncture. Some other people have said to me, well, if they flood it with water near the road, and from what they're building, maybe they'll consider that the Nile River and the pyramids, and they can charge admission for looking at it. But so be it. I want to go to the meeting because I was at the meeting, and some very good comments that were brought up. First, Mr. Robinson, and many people spoke at the meeting. Mr. Robinson had made a suggestion to the board to hire an outside traffic consultant, and it would be paid for through the escrow from the applicant, which I thought was a good idea. And refresh me, Jay, did everybody jump up from the board and say that's a really good idea? No, it's coming back to me now. There was utter silence in the room. And, you know, for a moment, I turned around and looked at the back door, and I was waiting for Simon and Garfunkel to come in and start singing a verse of Sounds of Silence. So that's how well that suggestion was received. Didn't hear anything from anybody. Then Mr. Duffy got up, Bob Duffy. I think most of you know Mr. Duffy. He made a great presentation. He's been a truck driver for maybe 30 years. And then he owned a limousine company in town. So I think he knows a little bit about handling rigs and a little bit about traffic. And Mr. Duffy talked about how many lanes it takes to turn these rigs, et cetera, and how we're going to get out of town. I think the deal is that we can set the route for exiting those warehouses. I think they have to exit on Cheesequake Road. Is that correct, Jeff?
Correct. They exit on Cheesequake Road. They're restricted from using Minnesink Avenue. They're directed
Right,
toward.
to exit. However, we can't control how they come into town. They can come in any way they like. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So we can only control their exit. We talked about the traffic on Cheesequake Road, and the applicant's traffic expert said, well, we can easily fix that by tweaking the light at Cheesequake and Bordentown Avenue by, I don't know how many seconds. And we're talking now, as the testimony said, there could be up to 60 trucks an hour during rush hour, both morning and evening. So at 60 trucks an hour, the question becomes, where are the cars going to go? Where are the cars when you're either the employees there, or of course the people that use Cheeks Creek Road, where are they going to go? Are they going to sit behind the trucks? I don't think so. You know, we say where the cars are going to be. Hello, Laurel Park. Hello, Kramer Drive, Jensen Road, et cetera, et cetera.
Those are,
can't-
there's already restrictions on that road now, that was put in prior to this. So we need to make sure that that enforcement's appropriate because that was done prior to. I did want to add one thing, and I hate to interrupt you, Ken, especially when, because you
ahead.
give me music too, to think of. I did notice, actually at that intersection across from where the new Quick Check is built, just recently, the Old Bridge side over there by Madison Park, they just put up new, no truck, traffic up over there. Were you aware of that? Did you notice
I
that?
was going to mention that right
Yeah,
here.
that's been there
I
now
don't
for
think-
probably about 2 months.
I don't think it's new. I don't think it's new.
They're definitely new signs, whether they replaced old signs, but going up which were not, I'm there constantly. My family lives right there.
Sure.
So, I don't know if those are new or if those were previously there, but that would now restrict access for those trucks to go from Cheesequake onto Route 9 by going through that back way.
Mayor, I don't think that was the intention. The intention was to utilize Bordentown Avenue.
Bordentown Avenue up and out. Okay.
They are complaining about truck traffic on Minnesink. Is that allowed? What you just discussed is that they're allowed to leave, but these are construction trucks, I imagine that people are referring to. Construction trucks are allowed on Minnesink currently?
Yeah, there aren't restrictions, just like there aren't restrictions for the Ashland plant or the DuPont plant. There's no truck
Okay.
restrictions
Okay.
getting to and from. This site has restrictions as when they're leaving, they're all directed toward Bordentown Avenue.
So when construction's over, we can't add a truck limit, weight limit, like we did on Creamer and Kendall?
You have a restriction on
is.
Minnesink, so the trucks can't utilize Minnesink when they're leaving. If you want to do something on Minnesink, that's a policy decision. You could put restrictions on Minnesink if that's what you like, but keep in mind you're impacting Hercules and the Ashland plant and DuPont if you do something like that as well.
Currently, what's the weight limit?
I don't know that there is a weight limit at the present.
Okay.
Councilwoman, I believe that on Minnesink, the residential side of Minnesink, the more residential side of Minnesink has a weight limit.
North.
The north side,
North
yes.
Minnesink
Right. That's
has a weight limit as it stands, but the southern part of it going under the bridge does not.
Okay.
I think our
Because-
bigger
because of
discussion
delimitation of
when it comes to the
existing.
truck issue is actually, and I think where we gain a little bit more ability to control our own destiny is actually as a result of the train trestle. And the clearance restrictions that we have there, we definitely need to do a much better job at noticing that, at making sure that any trucks that are coming from Washington Road understand that that is a low trestle. And definitely during flooding time, which we know is always an issue because of drainage there. And I've thought about that a lot. And I think that's going to potentially assist us in trying to keep trucks coming down Minnesink where we can't control how they're entering. And from the exit perspective, without that road in place, the only thing we have to go on is the restriction that we put in place regarding exiting out to Cheesequake and to Bordentown. But this is, listen, I've made my calls into Sarah. I've made my calls over to Mike Baker in reference to my opposition to having this site planned without that access road. I agree. This is a major issue.
And Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, we do not know who the tenants are at this time. They're still accepting applications for the tenants. So we do not know what the traffic will look like based on who occupies the property.
You don't have specific tenants, you have engineering standards that dictate typically what a warehouse will generate.
Right.
That's what's utilized.
Right. I'm looking at my notes from that meeting. Fortune 50 companies, I imagine that's at 500, not like the Turnpike warehouses, more like office, like the Piscataway they used as a sample, 3 to 6 tenants. So right now, we just don't know who the tenants are and how much traffic they will bring with them.
let me ask in relation to that, what are the specifications in the warehouse? How many loading doors are they gonna have in docks, Jay?
I don't have that
I
information.
mean,
in front of me.
it's a tremendous number. We're not gonna have a tenant. I was in Hawaii. I ran the northeastern division of a major distribution center. So I know a little bit, but in a different era. Now, in that era, it was totally different. You had warehouses in the major Northeast, you had one, you had Dallas, you had Atlanta, Chicago, LA, blah, blah, blah. That was broken with the advent of UPS Next Day Air and FedEx, because you no longer needed the local warehouses nearly as much once they came in, because we'd get a call. We were most of the time a 8-hour operation or 9-hour operation. You get a call at 4 o'clock with an emergency order and you say, well, let me check, UPS is gone, I can't get it out today. Then the question became, well, do you have it in LA? Oh yeah, we have it there. Oh, we'll ship it next day air. So it accomplished the same purpose. So they were able to take from a pattern in the major companies of 8 warehouses and knock that down to about 4. And our first mega center was in Florence, Kentucky, just across the Ohio River from Cincinnati in the early 70s. And that was a mega warehouse. That was the advent of mega. Now, this is a whole different deal, of course, with the Amazon type thing. Everybody wants everything yesterday. And that's why, of course, this is not, mega warehouses are not a real popular thing. If you have time, go and Google issues with mega warehouses and make sure you have 2 or 3 hours, because there's a lot of issue, They're fighting them in Edison, they're fighting them in West Windsor, they're fighting them in Somerset. And they fought one and beat it, I think in Howell. The planning board turned it down. It went to court, the developer took to court, and the court ruled in favor of the planning board. So they're fighting them all over because of environmental issues, traffic, etc.
Did you have another question though for Jay about this site, about Trammell Crow still? Because I interrupted you from your path.
No, at this point I don't, but I just wanted it to make the point that mega warehouses, it's not like fighting for an Amazon headquarters where you're in a lot of competition. If that were the case, this isn't something going along with what's been said here before. I remember Mr. Robinson talking about pilot. I mean, this is not something that's really desirable all over. So the idea of putting a pilot in something like that is questionable also. But I just wanted to point out that the planning board that night and what happened there was not a good thing. Mayor, it dovetails on a lot of what you've been saying about what goes on in town. And on these land use boards, too often, what's happening when the vote comes in, you know what, way back many years ago when I was in grammar school, and Donna would remember it, Roosevelt School. Donna, you were probably, Mary, you may have not gone there, but I'm sure you remember Roosevelt School. Some other people might, but you know, we used to have an assembly every, I don't know, month or something like that, 3 weeks. And you know, teacher played piano and sang. And there was an old Mexican folk song called Si Lito Lindo. And the chorus said, I sing, do not weep there. When I see these land use boards, most of the votes go, I. And they don't listen to the public. Many people spoke at that planning board thing. I spoke, Mr. Green spoke, people had some good comment, many other people, but I just highlighted 2 of them that were totally ignored. They were totally ignored. It was, people didn't really want to know what people had to say. It was just a matter of, let's get this over and go, I. It's not a good thing. There's a long way to go here. And it's unfortunate what happened. I don't think this part can be reversed, but it looks like there's a lot of problems to come from this development here. We don't have the road network to get out of town. Bordentown Avenue is a busy, busy road. You're going to put trucks out there, up to 60 trucks an hour. Where do you put them on Route 9? Do they go past past Ernst Road where the people here last week were fighting about, well, the poor people up here crying about the issues they had with the community center so forth? Is
we
that how
might-
they're going to go tonight?
We might lose Steve in a minute, though.
I'm sorry.
We might lose Steve in a minute.
Oh, okay. I promise I won't talk about my grandfather tonight.
No, save it for
Okay.
next time.
Or the other route, going down Bordentown Avenue and getting on by the bank. I mean, they're not good things. And I hope this whole thing that you're doing, Mayor, calls into attention that, yeah, there are problems on these boards that needs to be addressed. And the sooner we do it, the better. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. I appreciate that. You better hurry, Steve. No, before another hand comes up. No, go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Steve Melanowski, 28 Scarlet Drive in Parlin. One, I want to apologize to the council and the mayor for not being here for a while due to personal reasons. So I'm back. So look out. But anyway, I wanted to take time out to congratulate the committee, the council, the mayor for doing what I think we spoke about probably 2 years ago in other administrations, that one, we need to really look at our appointments. This is something that's critical. I got shut down a long time ago when I challenged some committee and I was told by just someone very high up, well, I picked them. But the real question is, let's pick the right people, right? We are talking about all the issues with Sarah, the planning board. This is old stuff. This is going back to COA. I think Jim brought it up, Jim Robinson. We got involved deep into that where people were getting buys on doing what they were supposed to do for many, many years. I got deeply involved with the legal side of it too. The one thing that I really wanted back in the day was for this group, council, mayor, to have checks and balances on the committees. This was lacking. You hear what's going on. No reports on this since 2016. I mean, this is obscene. So how are we supposed to get a handle on everything that's going on if we don't have checks and balances? I've been told, like the planning board or Sarah, legal entities. And I think I brought it up with you. I think I said, can we sue them? And the answer was, yeah, they're legal entities. We don't want to do that. So the real balancing item is checks and balances. Where do we pull it together? Is there a central point where the committee chairs report back to council and say, okay, going back to Fulton's Landing or whatever we call it now, there was going to be 200 and something trucks a day. I think we even talked about what's the sound limit. If the truck's going to have diesel engines, refrigeration running all night long, well, the sound limit is 10 o'clock. Does anybody know that? Is anybody going to enforce that? So I think I've charged this group with saying we need checks and balances. We need reporting to come back to this group, even if it's in a private meeting, so that you can hear what's going on at every level. Pilot, no pilot, whatever, affordable housing. Are you doing your 15% or whatever you're doing? Where is it? And I think that's what it is. And again, I'm going to congratulate this group. I'd use a word, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'll just say guts to really look into it and go after it and challenge the improprieties that are probably been going on for probably years. So thank you. Good job, guys.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, anybody online, Nicole? Okay, how are we looking from the public? It looks like I see no additional hands. Okay, it's okay, I see you. You're okay. Public, yeah.
My name is Carol Johnson, and I'm representing my mother that lives at 210 Erneston Road. She is highly upset over this whole community center. with the traffic, it's horrible. It's like a parking lot that they park their cars on their lawn. They park their cars on the front of the lawn. Isn't there an ordinance to park? You can't park your car on the front of your property?
Actually, I brought this up, I feel like last year, and I don't think we have an ordinance, and I
We
said.
do have
I
an
thought we
ordinance.
should.
Kirk
We
is,
do.
Kirk is here. Kirk is like, no, I'm not. No. Do we have an ordinance regarding vehicles parking on lawns, front lawns? I thought we did. Yeah. That's code enforcement.
Great.
So listen, Kirk is very good, but I know his Rolodex in his mind is probably a little, okay. Or we can just turn around and take the address down and
Okay.
turn around and make
Because
sure it
after
gets.
65 years, my poor mother's dealing with this, and she is so upset over the whole entire thing. We walk out the door, they're asking us if we're going to sell our house. This is all the time, and there's no reason for it. Absolutely no reason.
I do have, because last meeting there was a lot of discussion. I'm grateful for that discussion. I'm glad that residents came out, and I'm glad that members from.
See, I don't live in Saraville. I
That's
live in
okay.
Amway, so,
You're-
you know, my sister stays there with her, so we're trying to
I understand. I
keep
hope.
her calm.
Understood. That's fine. I'm glad that you're here. I will let Mike, our attorney, just shed any additional light as far as what's going on in reference to the community center.
Yeah, at the last meeting, there was questions about the status of the application before the board. The applicant does have an attorney, Mr. Sachs, between the last meeting and today. The application has been filed. The additional documents have been filed. There are, I think Andy Mashasky sent out an email today to the attorney, Mr. Sachs, saying that, hey, listen, we will have an additional technical review committee meeting to make sure that it is deemed complete, and then it will be sent to the board for a hearing. And that's kind of where we're at, but all of the documents that the borough was requesting has been filed as of today, I believe around 1 or 2 o'clock, something like that. And now the borough will review those documents to see if they're deemed complete. They will have a technical review committee. And then if it is deemed complete, it will go before the board for a hearing.
Can you identify what you mean by board? Let the residents and myself know.
So
when you talk about these entities, who we're dealing with.
The zoning board is going to be hearing this, if I'm correct, Kirk? And so.
So these documents now go before the zoning board.
So what happened is,
Help me out here.
No, so what happened is an application was filed before the zoning board.
An application was filed for
a zoning review.
to,
I don't have the application in front of me, so.
Kirk, can you come up? Help me out here. I really need to understand this because.
Well, it is, but I don't know what the variances were.
All right.
Kirk Mick, Director of Code Enforcement. I usually get involved with the zoning board procedures, but I'll explain it the best I can. What happens is that when the entity comes to, wants to apply for the board, especially something like this, they have a technical review committee where they meet with Jay, and Jay goes over the application and he puts criteria that's what's missing, what needs to be filled in, what fees and things like that need to be done. That was in March.
And this application was put forth for.
Yeah, let me assist Mr. Mick. The application was submitted, I think, in February for a use variance and a site plan to develop the property. The property is in a residential zone. They're proposing a use that's not permitted in that zone, so they need to get a use variance before the zoning board.
Okay.
They issued a report in March. There were 11 items that were listed as deficiencies for completeness, as well as a 10-page technical review of problems with the plans that were submitted. Since that time, we have not received any documents. Today, there were some things delivered by Mr. Mashansky. There were not, the items that were deficient for completeness were not delivered. So at this point, the application is still incomplete. There was a wetlands report that was provided. There was a partial traffic study, and there was a letter indicating that they were going to meet with the county to talk about improvements on Ernston Road. So those were the three documents that were submitted to Mr. Mashansky. They do not address the deficiency. So at this point, you still don't have a complete application. When it is complete, it will go to technical review. After technical review, it'll be scheduled for a hearing before the zoning board.
Can you define for me who is involved in the technical review from the borough's perspective?
The board engineer, myself, the board planner, and Mr. Mashansky.
Any attorneys?
Typically not at the technical review.
Not at the technical review.
If necessary, the zoning board attorney could attend as well as the applicant's attorney, but typically it's just the board's planner, engineer, and the zoning officer.
And this is a property that was purchased not within any redevelopment sites or anything like this. This was a straight sale of some type.
I don't know the specific of the sale, but it's not in a redevelopment area.
Okay, just because, again, this is another situation where I want to make sure that we have the best protections for both sides, so that there's fairness that is going to be exercised for both the property owners, but also for our residents and for the town. So it concerns me if, and I have the utmost faith for, in the professionals that we have, but I feel more comfortable when I know that attorneys are also presiding over something that could be entangled, murky, or in some way, shape, or form, not 100% up to what we need it to be. I'm concerned about accusations clearly and the rest currently and what we're dealing with.
Mayor, I just want to add to, though, the application that's eventually going to go through it, because I think I want the residents to understand, I don't know if they do or they don't, but they are completing an application for a structure on that site of a little over 30,000 square feet, right? And they own the two houses next to them.
Vince,
Hey, Vince, I don't want to talk about the specific.
Okay, I just want to,
No, it's important because I don't want in any way for this mayor and council to be depicted as prejudicing the application. So what we currently have is an application that is deemed incomplete. Kirk has issued, and that's why I really don't like discussing the application and especially on its merits. I want to make sure that we understand the process, and the process has been described. Kirk is doing his job with respect to the code enforcement, and that's still ongoing.
Issuing fines on a daily basis or weekly basis.
And in addition, I have been in constant communication with the attorney representing the applicant. I know that, again, the email that Andy sent out did indicate to the attorney that the application warrants another technical review based on numerous technical items associated with the application. It does also indicate that there will be another technical review committee and that there are still a requirement of fees to be submitted. So we're currently at this juncture. According to the last email that Andy sent, was that a scheduled TRC or technical review committee would be arranged upon receipt of the required submission. So I think that's what we're waiting. That email went out at 8:43 this morning. And so I think that's kind of where we're
They
at.
dropped off plans Thursday night. Andy went over them Friday and Monday. There's some stuff that we needed, but Jay's report really wasn't addressed. So they have to send it to their attorney. They'll review it and he'll, I guess, address Jay's issues, and then they'll schedule another TRC meeting, and then they'll move forward. If everything's complete and the TRC says, okay, they'll move forward with a Board of Adjustment meeting.
And remember, all of the residents within 200 feet of the will be notified. So just remember that's going to occur. That's a requirement.
Didn't we at one point say for those notifications, we would also post them on the website?
I don't know if the zoning board does that or not.
I think we discussed it at a council meeting, like probably pre-COVID, but probably had not followed through with it. at all.
I'm not sure.
So let's verify. I trust that in this situation that we're clearly doing what is required of us by law in order to post. And I have to say, I think that the community itself has been notifying above and beyond any reach that we would have normally. My bigger concern, and thank you, Kirk, and thank you, ladies, my bigger concern is right now, I know that the members and the owners of the property are represented by legal counsel, which we know of. We know Larry Sachs now. But aside from our borough attorney, have we ever, when we've gone into this juncture, this type of situation, had outside representation also afforded to us as well when we go to these technical reviews?
Board attorney can attend. The board attorney is familiar with the application. He's familiar with the process. He's been provided with copies of the reports, so he's aware of the status of this application.
Okay, and so he needs to appear, like, clearly, then if the zoning board is going to be having this technical review, I would expect that the attorney for the Board of Adjustments is going to be
You know,
there.
with the complexity of this application and the issues that we're confronting this evening in the last couple of weeks, it probably would be helpful if Mr. Alfieri?
Is it Kem?
Carl Kem, yeah. Mr. Kem, attends just to make sure that he's in constant communication with Mr. Sachs, saying that, hey, listen, certain documents are still missing. Because as of today, the next step is still a technical review committee.
This is, I need a shovel or 7 because, and it's unfortunate because I really think that we have an opportunity for something good to come into our community, but it has to be done again with balance and appropriateness. And it pains me that we find ourselves in this conundrum. It's terrible. So you can see that we're learning something new each day. I see it, and it's erring on the side of the attorney is request, because obviously we're dealing with attorneys in litigation. The last thing that we want to do as elected officials is in any way, shape, or form hamper or alter the course of this. So I'm going to absolutely defer over to Mike as much as I can right now. You've already heard that from a zoning perspective now, we absolutely need to have our zoning attorney there. Working with Kirk in his office, this is going to be exhaustive. But I do think that it's important for both sides to come here because residents need to know, the people that are coming into that community center as well, you should know as well what's going on. Because we are a community and I want us to stay that way. And I want this to get resolved, but I don't foresee this getting resolved anytime soon, unfortunately. So I think we have to continue to do the notifications to our officers, and I'll ask that those people that are here that actually do frequent the community center be mindful of the residents and talk to those people that own the facility and help us work through this so it becomes a place that we can all enjoy.
Mayor, on a positive, I know that the Chief Plumacher had reached out and said that they are now hiring police to manage traffic control. So I know last week they were not able to fill a position because school had a half day and they had a training day, but they do plan on hiring police to manage traffic moving forward.
They ride down the other side of the road. There's like a 3-lane highway.
Who would be
Yeah.
paying for
Somebody's
that
gonna get
traffic?
killed.
They do.
Because
Community
they're
center.
gonna pay for it?
Captain Plumacher, not Captain, Chief Plumacher, it's gonna take me a while. Chief Plumacher did reach out to me, I think it was Friday. There was 2 events, an earlier event, not this past Friday, the Friday before. So I do know that the owners of the community center reached out and they actually hired officers in order to assist with traffic control in order to try and ease that. I think it was like the 1 to 2, like that earlier time period. And the chief did contact me to let me know that at that time, there was a little bit of concern because it was tight to when school lets out. But ultimately, they felt that they had enough police presence. I was also concerned about the later night that was from 7 to 9 because it was also a football game as well. So that area becomes extremely, extremely congested and dangerous. So my concern was regarding how traffic flow and concern was. The chief did reach out to me and let me know ultimately that time was fairly uneventful, but it was close. Where we didn't have any major accidents or anything, but the impact to day-to-day life is constant.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way to fix.
So I had a couple of things. So I went by there a few times last
You
week.
guys can sit if you want while we speak. I mean, you can sit right here. You don't
Yeah.
have to stand.
So I went by a few times last week and I was there on Friday. And it was, for the amount of cars that were there, it was surprisingly orderly and rather peaceful. No, I was there all over the lot. That's why I went there to see that. They had about 6 attendants there directing the traffic only to go right on Ernst and not to cross over to the left. Maybe there were 2 horn honks, which was pretty darn great considering how they were all parked in somebody here from Brooklyn. If you were in Brooklyn, my gosh, the horns would have been blowing every second. And it was surprisingly peaceful and quiet. Listen, Kirk and I were there. We don't like the way things are set up. They do own the 2 houses next door, so they use the backyard for cars, and they use the deep part of the lot as well for.
I think it's important. Remember, part of that's probably going to be their application.
Okay.
So, we do have Kirk out there doing code enforcement.
Right.
So again, I just caution everyone that this is a pending application. I would ask that, any comments regarding the application kind of be withheld and to allow Kirk to, if there's any code issues.
Okay.
Deal with.
The only other thing, I wanted to see if we can allow them to clean up the property.
And that would be code.
Okay.
Code can certainly go there, and in accordance with the code of the Borough of Saraville.
Okay.
Kirk can then just deal with that. So that's one issue, that complaint. that
All right.
has been, heard, and code can then go out there to see if there's any violations of the specific ordinance in question.
All right. Yeah, because I know Kirk, there's a ton on the ground. So if you would do that and show them what they can handle appropriately, that's not a violation, that would be great. And then I know they'd like to do some other things there as far as exterminate and whatnot. And as well, I know they wanted to speak with neighbors to figure out a way so that we can coexist and everybody be happy. I'd be happy to facilitate meetings with neighbors if they wanted to, if they had an issue and they wanted, hey, I don't like this or I don't like that. And I would just be happy to facilitate a conversation between the two just to ensure that it's civil. Yeah, as I said, I went by a couple of times to see what was going on there. A resident can certainly contact me if they don't want to do that on their own. And I would be happy to arrange a conversation. They're more than willing to do that and try and make amends wherever necessary.
So you went by a couple of times.
Just come up to the mic because we won't be able to hear you.
Sorry.
Do you need address again and name, Jess?
My name is
Same
Kim.
person, yeah.
Yeah. You went by a few times within the last.
Last week I went three times.
This is going on 1 year. Maybe they toned it down a little in the last couple of weeks. But you have no idea how it's been living, amongst this. I'm literally behind. It is, I have no words. The quality of life is zero. Cannot enjoy my backyard. I have a paralyzed dog who I have to carry down my deck to the grass in the morning. First thing, that's what I do. I have to be mindful of what I'm wearing out of my sleep.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah,
Let's,
It's horrible.
I'd be happy to talk with you about it and speak with them as well to see how they could remedy that.
I mean, there's men, it's like you're having 50 strangers in your backyard.
at any time.
I
I
understand.
can't live. I cannot live. Dead birds, no birds, blue jays gone. I feed them, they're gone. The trees that are down, I don't even know how many. Mostly alive, mostly alive. So I know they are saying all the right things, they think, but I live it and I know what it's like. And it's not fun. And it's not a happy place anymore. It is not. So yes, I'd love to speak with you if you'd like. But I understand the last couple of weeks you've been there and, a couple of horn honks. I'd have to disagree. Maybe the last couple of weeks since the meeting, it toned down a little bit, but the last year has been hell. Hell. Okay.
I appreciate
Really
it.
bad.
Thank you for, thank you, and thank you for
Thank you
speaking.
for listening.
Is
Thank
all
you.
activity stopped on that site now? Are we sure?
There's still debris
So-
right behind my fence. I'm walking around with cortisone cream. I have bug tick bites all over. I'm itching. I don't know from what. I had to plant 20 arborvitae green giant trees. They're only 6 feet. And it was not in my budget.
For the buffer, yeah.
Okay, I pray. And the few trees that have leaves that are left, I pray when these leaves fall off, full on, the blue tarp that I'm looking at for 1 year and the full parking lot. You have no idea.
Oh, let's,
Besides ticks, it's terrible.
we'll involve
Terrible.
Kirk, so code enforcement, and we'll
I'm
take a
not
look.
angry, but you know what?
All
I have
right,
it in
we
me
get it.
For a year.
My thing is right now is making sure that everything is handled by the letter. You know what I'm saying?
I really do.
And that's the most important thing. Please don't think that I want
No,
this to
I
work.
totally
And I want to
understand, but
make
it's
sure
just been
that,
Real hard,
yeah,
real hard.
yeah. And it shouldn't have to be this way, but I have faith. Kirk, I know you've got a lot of stuff on your table with this. I'm going to ask just for patience with this because I really do want to make sure that.
I understand,
Yeah.
and I appreciate it, but.
I know.
it's
I wish I
hard-
could.
It's hard living like this every day, every
Yeah.
day.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I also like to say something. I also like to join Councilman Conti. It's me. Yes. I would like to join Councilman Conti to see how we can make things better for both sides because there's a community for everybody and all of it. So I would like to join to help.
Close for comfort.
I would like to join to help so that everyone is okay. And I like to bring happiness to everybody. So
And wanna
I want to
be
make
happy.
sure that I join
I
too.
like to be happy, but
On
I'm
a
not happy
on a
these days.
technical level, again, just because I'm more like, I feel like I'm becoming a mini attorney here again. I need to go back to school or something. What is the date for the technical review? Do we have one yet? Or because we're still waiting for paperwork to come in, do we have an estimate?
Scheduled since the completeness issues haven't been addressed.
Okay, is there usually a time frame what they have in order to do the completeness, or this could, what's happening is if the paperwork isn't completed, but the events can still continue with violations or not having things done, this could be perpetual. This could potentially last forever. Is there anything from a legal perspective that puts a time lock on when things have to be handed in?
The discussions that I had with counsel is that I would file pleadings to stop the current activities on the site.
Right.
So I was then promised that he would have all of the applications filed prior to Friday of last week. That's when he filed the documents, I guess, to Andy Mashansky, and Andy then sent an email this morning indicating that there's still numerous technical items associated with the application, and that the application did not reflect payment all of the fees. So then he then says, upon submission of the fees, this office will continue with its review. So I'm presuming that if these fees are paid I don't know if they were paid today or if they were paid tomorrow, the TRC meeting would then be scheduled according to the email.
Okay, because that's one of the things here, and I do believe that the reason we have a full house is because we have both sides that we want to work this out. So you're hearing this. One of the things that I don't want to see happen is I don't want this to continue to be a constant like war and struggle between our residents and the members of the community center. But I also want to make sure that it's being handled in a quick manner. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that whatever is being handled from Kirk's office with Andy, that any outstanding, whether it be fines, paperwork, or documents, it would go a long way for that to be filed and expedited immediately. Because that way we can continue down the process that will be needed in order to have the community center operate appropriately, or it would then in fact now allow us to trigger what we would need to do, which if that means that we have to stop operations in order to protect the residents that are there from the day-to-day hardships they're facing. That's what needs to happen. And I believe I have to trust what people say, that we all want to work together. So we need those documents and those papers and any of those uncompleted forms and papers to be handled so we can move on to the next phase. Otherwise, we're going to be here until I'm out of office.
So I did reach out to Mr. Sachs prior to this meeting and during this meeting. I asked if in fact the fees have been paid. I don't have an answer for that yet. I also asked if there were any other documents that he was going to be given to Jay so that the technical review committee can be scheduled. I don't have answers to that. So I should have answers probably first thing tomorrow morning.
So right now, it sounds to me like the owners of the community center, the ball is still in your court right now. The sooner we get those things, we can move forward with the technical review and then we can start putting the pieces together of what works there. And that's really what we need. That's what we need because we're kind of stuck in limbo and it's not fair for either side. Thank you. I'll have, did you have anything else? Thank you.
No.
Okay,
Yes, but no.
Shamir, is that you? Hi.
Yes. Shamir, Fadal, 216 Armstrong. Two quick things. Yes, the fees was paid. I will reply to you in the morning.
And when were the fees paid? I couldn't hear you.
A couple months ago, it was paid. It was about $17,000 or $18,000. There was a check.
Okay.
So we can get that to you if you need the receipt for that. We can get it to you. Second thing, if this neighbor, I'm not sure what address is her, but on record, is she bothered by us? Anything that we can do, like we can put up a fence for her, we'll do it immediately, just to give her the privacy if that's what she's looking for. I'll do that right immediately.
I think, Shamir, that both council people to the right,
Conti, yeah.
have indicated that they'd like to sit down with you. So maybe this evening you can
could-
give both
Definitely.
council people your name and number and they could sit down with you.
Really appreciate that. Thank you very
That
much.
would be good. Thanks, Shamir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right. Karen?
Karen Bieber, 9 Burlington Road. A couple of questions about transparency and clarity. Is it true that Joe Ambrosia, the executive director of CIRA, sold this property to the community center?
I do not know. I don't know if we have those documents. That's,
Okay.
do we know that?
Some clarity.
Do we-
Secondly, we're all having this come to Jesus moment, so I figured, let's roll with this. Secondly, I have an Oprah request that was filed here and the results of that. And this is dated September 24th, 2021. There's been no other documents since then. This indicates that there's no CO. So this shouldn't even be being utilized. I spoke to the fire marshal, Mr. Krasinski. Last week, I said to him, because I know there was an issue with extension cords and trees, drought, fire, leaves are gonna get dried now. It's temporary. I said, temporary for what? There's no CO. So how could we have a temporary situation for something that doesn't exist? I see plans. I see plans from 2021 with a 36,000 square foot. You know what? I'd like to have a farm. Okay, so if I want to buy 2 houses and then move in there and say, well, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and they'll all move out or whatever. Oprah, the police reports that have been filed by neighbors. Okay, there's a lot of transparency. As I mentioned in a comment, we need a good enema to flush out all the BS in this town. So we need to have this moment where we actually address the truth. So I'll ask you again, was this property sold by the executive director of Sierra? Yes, it was. You know what? We got a lot of work to do in this town. So, and a lot of accountability.
The executive director only owned 1/4. He was not the sole owner of that property, and it was on the market for over a year. And they came and made the best offer. It was not necessary for him, like my son bought a house. It was his responsibility before he moved in to get the CO. When a house is being sold as is, so the 4 owners of that property did everything that they were supposed to do. That house, that property was on the market for over a
You're
year.
talking about, I think the history is a little bit longer than that, Mary, but you're talking about a, a house versus them wanting to put in, this is a community center, that the plans here is for a mosque of 36,000 feet. Hold on. And I'll just let you know, that property this current property is listed under Shamir Properties, not a 501c3. They're paying taxes. You guys have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another hand. Come on up. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to, please remind me. Not TNR this time? No. Oh.
Different names. Dalit Sayed, 3 Sophie Street. Cedarville is a great place to live, and making great is your hard work. I live on Sophie Street, a brand new street, wonderful place. It's transformed. Yesterday, Verizon came in to put Fios cables. I'm not sure if they had some communication with you or not.
I would love to have
Definitely we
communication
had
with
received
Verizon.
Some kind of a commercial paper as an advertisement. Maybe it was a misleading information or a communication. So when they came in yesterday, I asked, what are you doing? They said, we are putting cables here, and you apparently have received a notice. So I looked, and I know that we didn't receive it. It's good that we have Fios. It's a great thing. It's breaking the monopoly of Cablevision.
A lot of people
But it's
right now
really good.
jealous that
Yeah.
you got Verizon.
Better speed, better throughput, good activity for kids and everybody. So my question here is that, did you guys have any type of communication with Verizon that they are going to put the fiber optic cable? And also, the reason I'm here is that they dig our front yard and they put the cable there. So we should have been informed before, and so it was not done. The second thing is when the road was built or transformed the street, new road was built, they had also done a great job on pavement. But the grass they put on the pavement, right, it is not as per standard, okay? So it's dried out, and we had, some of the neighbors have called the city. I'm not sure what action they're taking. So I just want to bring in your attention that if you guys can do anything to help, of course, it's a fall season, but in next year when it comes, can you redo this? CME is doing the job, but they have subcontracted that to some other companies. It was an old grass, dry grass. They just came and just laid down the whole bed there, but quality is not there. We put, every day they asked us to put water. We did water, but it didn't grow. So that's why I'm here. And again, thank you very much for doing a great job.
Thank you. So I can't speak to sod into grass. I chalk that up to act of God right now and to drought. But so I can't speak to what we've done in the past when the sod is dried out. What have we?
Contract has not been closed out. That's
Okay.
the contractor needs to address. He did put the sod down in the summer, and obviously it died because of the weather. So he does have to come back and.
So they do have to come back to reassess that. When it comes to Verizon, listen, if anybody's ever shown up at a council meeting, we've been warring with Verizon and Optimum for, I don't know, a decade. Our former BA, Mr. Frankel, was in constant contact with Optimum and Verizon. We have begged them to come in order to offer more options. I know that within the past 6 months to 8 months, Verizon has made a really conscious effort on their part, not necessarily in conjunction with us, but I believe that they received some type of either additional federal or state monies that they were going to sit there and start dropping more fiber. The notifications that they come out, they're not informing us to my knowledge. Usually we get the notifications when I happen to see our police officers that were hired by the third party. And when sometimes in this case, even the state police were coming in to offer traffic assistance and control when they were when going into different areas. I'm not sure how much more they plan on putting into Saraville, but I'm definitely not going to stop them because we've been fighting for this for years and years and years. If there was an issue though, as far as the way that they did any installation, please reach out to, I'm going to have them, you want me to have them reach out to Jess? It's for right. You know what, let's reach out to Dan. Or would you reach out to
I'm
Dan?
calling Dan tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I'll ask him about Verizon.
Well, yeah, because I believe we had another situation similar to this not that long ago where Verizon or a utility company came in, did some work on somebody's property. It was not the right of way, but it was actually their property. And we did have to go through and get some remedy for them. Was that correct, Jay?
Typically you issue a road opening permit to a utility company. So you do
Yeah.
have that information. There's a minimal fee because they're a public utility, but
Yeah.
you do have contact information, insurance documents through that road opening permit. So you can,
I don't know if they were opening up full road though. They
still the
weren't.
right of way is still.
The right of way, they're still considered,
part of the
okay.
permit, yes, so you should have that on file.
Yeah, so you know what, just leave your name in before you leave or email Jess or email Denise. And then we'll get to the bottom of that because I think it was a couple months ago, we had a similar situation. So thank you and congratulations. Yeah,
But Mayor, I think it sounds like you hit the lottery between your
did.
road was paved and new cable.
I didn't want to say
Hakuna
anything.
Matata.
He's got a whole like, tribe of cats in the yard and everything. Anything else? I do have somebody online. Let me go online. I apologize. Miss Linder? Is it Karen?
Yes,
I'm so sorry to make you hang on for so long. Name and address, please.
Karen Linder, 9 South Minnesink Avenue.
I'm going to just ask you to hold for a minute because the volume is really low here. Ladies, were you able to put it back up? One more time, Karen.
Karen Linder, 9
Got it.
South Minnesink.
Thank you, Karen. We can hear you now.
I'm just going to ask you to please take into consideration the residents of 9 South Minnesink. Our daily life is affected by tractor trailers and dump trucks day in and day out. And it's really very difficult. I would have every one of you to my house for dinner any day to see how the house is shake. The glasses in my china cabinet shake. And I know this sounds very dramatic, but it's the truth. And if you lived here, it would break your heart because someday I feel like my house is going to fall into my basement. So I just wish that you might take into consideration a weight limit for this street. There are plenty of residents here. Take a ride up the street someday and you'll see what I'm talking about. And thank you for listening.
And it is something that we need to take a look at. I know there is a weight limit, but we need to look at some more things that we can do. Thank you.
Our street doesn't have a weight limit.
It should.
The south.
Which side are you on? Oh, you're on the south side. That's why. Okay.
The police
And it-
review that.
Yes.
And it's really a difficult place to live. It's a nice town to live in. If I could move my house somewhere, I would, but that's not possible. It's just very, very disheartening day in and day out. I have to keep my windows closed because of all the dirt and diesel fumes from all the trucks. And I'm not a professional, but I'm just speaking from my heart. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Yes.
Hi, my name is Farah and I live on 58 Corey Street in Saraville. I'm just here not as an advocate for anything. You know, we are a community and it's not really the people of the community center and the neighborhood. It really is, you know, people of this town. And, you know, let's not try to create that division where none should exist. That being said, I am an active member of our community and also the community center for a good part of the year at this point. And I personally know as a volunteer in that community center that there have been multiple attempts to reach out to the neighborhood from the very beginning. And, you know, in good faith, none of this is required by law. You know, we are trying to keep the neighbors happy as well. But I have not seen anyone come forward from the community to voice these concerns in all this time. And it's sad that this is the forum the neighborhood has chosen to use as a first step for reconciliation. In terms of toning down activities, like I live in this neighborhood. I live right down the street. The traffic patterns for 10 years have been consistent. Even with the construction of a bridge there, they have not changed. Before the community center came up or after the community center came up. They're not any better, they're not any worse. It has always been like that. When you have some 4 to 6 schools in a 1 mile radius, you can't be complaining that, you know, your driveways are blocked up because, you know, a new community center has popped up. But we coexist in a community and we need to learn how to coexist. There is no division of, you know, them versus us. It's us, all of us. It's a diverse community becoming more and more diverse, and we need to learn to be more tolerant of us, tolerant of everybody. And it's not fair the way things are being portrayed. I know that the community center goes beyond what they are required to keep the neighbors happy. I mean, they have allotted the parking lot in some instances to some neighbors that were complaining last time, but they don't mention those things. You know, over 4th of July, some of these neighbors use that parking lot when it's convenient to them, but then when it's not, it's 200 cars here and there. You know, no activities were toned down in the last 2 weeks just because this issue came up in the council meetings. In fact, they had 2 big events within 2 weeks, which usually doesn't happen. The parking lot's not capable. I'm a frequent person who visits that community center. It's not capable of holding 200 cars. It's not fair to be saying some of these things when they're not true. Some of you, you know, it's a small town. You all drive by it every day. You all know the logistics that it's not true. And we are willing, you know, our entire community is willing to work with these neighbors. It's not fair to be making these accusations. We have to learn to be tolerant. Again, I keep reiterating, we are a community. It's not a us versus them philosophy here. That's not the environment we should be living in. You know, I just wanted to say my piece because I've been following the council meetings for some time now. But, you know, it's a community center for the entire community. It's not a faith-based thing. There have been attempts to reach out to be a part of it. The programs aren't faith-based. It's a community center. It gives the youth sports. Some of the time my son is enrolled in them. And he's also enrolled in other town activities. I'm well aware of the workings of the town and nobody shows up. So if you're gonna see it as us versus them, that's the wrong approach to take. And that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, I don't know if I'm allowed to speak or not. I don't live in Saraville. That's okay? Okay. All right, my first name, my name is Bassam Muhammad. I live in 4207 Barlin. Barlin, yeah? Okay. All right. So I will try to stick to the 5 minutes. All right, I lived 25 years of my life in Egypt. And I live here for maybe 15 years now, or actually 17. I'm so happy to be in this event today here or meeting. this is amazing for me. Like I cannot imagine how many posts on the Facebook I'm gonna write down about comparing how the government here works comparing to Egypt. So you cannot imagine, you cannot have this conversation with the town mayor in Egypt like that and challenge them and ask them questions and ask for transparency and all that. So please continue what you're doing, guys. You're doing a good job. Okay. And also I so amazed about neighborhood and the people that here today, that they still care about their town, and even if they not legally obligated to, or like I'm so happy with the positive environment here. So I lived almost 5 years in Patterson, North Jersey. Patterson and Clifton and downtown Patterson and all these areas, there is all mixed people there. It's all variety of people, African-American, immigrant, American, Turkish, Arab, Pakistani, Indian, all kinds of communities. And I got the experience that there is many mosques there, and there is parking issues. People has to park over the streets, and sometimes they are late for the event and they just park on the front of the driveway of the neighbor, and the neighbor complain and all that. So these issues happen. If I drive today to an event in Atlantic City, and I'm not living there, and maybe this is the first and last time to go to that event, I may make something wrong and the police give me a ticket for my wrong parking, and the neighbor gonna be upset with that place, but maybe that place is innocent of my mistake. It's my own mistake. Maybe I don't live there, I don't know the rules, I was a rush, I was careless, but doesn't mean that this place is held for my mistake, you know? So one time, one incident in Patterson, I was running late for the prayer on a Friday, and I couldn't find a good spot to park and by Crooks and Getty Avenue. And one of the neighborhood opened the door for the front house and told me, park here. And I said, this is your driveway. I cannot park here. I'm gonna block your car. He said, I know what's going on. Just park, just park. I said, you sure? He said, yeah, you going to the prayer, right? I said, yes. And he said, okay, just do the prayer and come back and take your car. So he was so helpful and friendly to me, and gave me his driveway to park. But of course, other people will be very mad if you park in their driveway in that moment, because they're gonna call the police for you to get a ticket or tow your car away. So my point here to say that if we want to be responsible and we don't want to cause any like hardship to anyone, and maybe if we have a good conversation that like Mr. Vincent County suggested, that will make a tremendous change and progress. What I'm saying, also one thing I was just want to say, that 15 years ago when I came to America, to have a beard like that will be scary to many people over walking on the streets. They will look at me like, oh my God, we have to take a shade or something, right? Right or wrong? 15 years ago, right? Okay, I work as a vet, okay? And oh, this is one more thing that made me happy today, the care about the fur cats. The fur cats program, people of animal that was providing words here. I work as a vet in a vet clinics, but private vet clinics. And we get people adopting feral cats and finding kittens over the street in the backyards every day. And of course, I encourage spay surgeries all the time. And I do this every day. So now I am amazed that some people comes to my clinic and look at me and say, wow, I admire your beard. You know, I say, really? They say, yeah, it's so nice. Like the mentality of how to accept different people and different colors and different religion and different shapes is going to good, positive now. People don't look at me as a tourist anymore. They look at me like, man, how you have this beard? How long it takes you to do that? Like I forgot to shave this morning. So if we just get that point that it doesn't mean that I have a beard that I'm a bad person, maybe you can find a good person inside. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Trust me, my father's beard is rivaling yours, but you know, I want to say thank you for that comment, because that little story about, yeah, opening up a driveway because you just care about the people that are going in. I think that's something that we have here. And I think it just got off the wrong way. I think there's a way to write things. I believe there is. And there's a lot of opportunities. Yeah, it's a tough spot, but you know what? We're creative here. You know, if that area is tight and we know there's an occupancy living with the parking that creates an issue, then let's reach out to, you have the UES, we can turn around and use it as like satellite parking spots. So that way people can actually get to the center. They can actually, and bring in more people. I just think it got off wrong. And sometimes it takes a lot more work to get it back on the track that it needs to be on. And our community is so diverse. I'm very blessed. I teach in the school. I've been teaching there for 22 years. Our community has evolved. I've lived here my whole life, and I'm proud of where we are. But everybody, just like every family, you're going to have your disagreements. You're going to have your arguments as things begin to evolve. It's how we come back from that really shows the strength in our community. So thank you for your story. I appreciate it. And yeah, you picked one heck of a meeting to come to, for sure. You got everything. Are you gonna tell me about cats again? He brought them back up. No, it was. Go ahead.
Khalid Sayed, 3 Sophie Street.
Gotcha.
One thing I think we have not really recognized here, the community's backbone is our youth. And I also appreciate you. My 4 kids have gone through your classes as well, in middle school and then primary, middle and high school. So 3 of them are professionals. And they are where they are, and similar kids where they are is because having such facilities, community centers, skating rinks, going to skiing all together. So what I used to do when I came 22 years ago in this town, we used to have various different small places, going to neighborhood, praying in somebody's basement, talking. And that was also a difficult challenge, or a challenge for the neighbors that we are parking our cars, making maybe it's a congested. So now we have the opportunity, not only us having an opportunity, but everyone having the opportunity to have a community center where we can come together and bring our youth and have some positive environment. I tell you, over the 22 years time, I have seen some youth losing their life on going on the wrong track. So if we don't provide them an environment, a positive environment, what it takes is, it takes not only one youth out of that negative environment, but 10 youths from that negative environment. So that is a ripple effect. So that is what we as a community should be creating. And that's where I'm glad it's a conversation we are having. It's not that we are talking against each other. We are having a conversation to facilitate that environment in the great town of Sayreville, right? So that's where I concentrate that, hey, my son, the last of the my line here is going to be 18-year-old. He's doing a great job. Now he is going to be having a community center where 3 didn't have. So this is a very positive effect. And I'm sure right now we are, like I said last meeting, that I'm sure that one of you will come and cut the ribbon of that community center. And I'm very positive. With that note, thank you for giving me time.
Thank you. Okay, we have Ali? Online. I have one more.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Hi, go ahead. You're in the public.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, council members and the community. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Actually, last meeting, which I attended virtually also, was my first time.
Oh, yeah,
So
I remember
it was
you.
a heated.
Can you state your
That's
address
right.
one more time
That's
for
right.
Jess?
Yes, Syed Ali 44 Kearsa Street
Yes, go
in
ahead.
Parlor. So the previous meeting was obviously a bit more heated. So, but I'm glad we're in a more cordial environment today. And I appreciate, first of all, the main reason I wanted to speak today is I wanted to thank some of our congresspersons, especially Mr. Conti, Ms. June Forth, and yourself, Mayor. That I see the positive approach here where you are willing to put the community center and the neighbors together on one table to be able to resolve issues. And that's all we need. Whenever there's a new project coming, whether it is a community center or something else, maybe a law firm, maybe another shopping center, there's always disagreement and a lifestyle or the quality of life is disturbed a bit. But there's always a way to work it out, and the community center is willing to work. I'm glad to see that our our council members are willing to help us and be a part of that meeting or somehow be a mediator, and that's a great news, and I think that's a very positive outcome of today's meeting. I thank you all for doing that, and as some of our members said, we are all part of the Sayreville community. We love it. We love the way things are going here. As the brother before me just said, we are all from third world countries. We don't see our governments work this way. So when we see this here, we're happy and we're thankful for that. Thank you so much, and we look forward to having meetings with our neighbors and work out the differences soon.
Thanks you again for calling in. I appreciate that. Hopefully see you next time also. We have one more online. Is it Theory?
It's Teresa Heary.
Oh, it's just coming up in a weird sort of way, but go ahead, Teresa.
How are you, Mayor? Listen, I'm really disturbed listening to this. First of all, I want to say that I totally agree with what they're saying about all the good that it's going to bring. Again, this is not about the community center or us versus them. This is the residents are pissed off at all of you sitting up there because this is political interference that made this happen. If Palando wasn't involved in this, we wouldn't have gotten to as far as we are now. And as far as the comment from Ms. Novak that you don't need a CO if it's purchased as is, that's not true. You need a CO regardless. And he said he paid $17,000 in fines. You said the fines were $100,000. We're coming up a bit short here. The problem is this was done illegally. And now Conte's sitting there saying pretty much that it's going to be forced down our throat whether we want it or not. So what does this mean to us? Who do we trust on the board up here? I'm thinking this now has to be escalated to a federal level because it's not happening here. I mean, this is ridiculous to have all these people come in, and I think it's great that they want the community, but you're still putting it right smack on top of our homes. And nobody has addressed.
So I will say I am going to certain things. I think I tried to make it clear, and that's one of the reasons why. We do want to make sure that this is handled appropriately. I do turn over a lot at this juncture for both parties, residents and for owners of the community center. Okay, it's not to separate the two groups, but right now they are two agencies and the borough too. So I want to make sure it's handled appropriately from an attorney's perspective. So I ask that in respect to this, just a little patience because we want it done right from all angles. So please give me,
What does that
give me
mean,
that
Mayor?
patience.
Does that mean that we're gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna be built and then it's, oh, well, just deal with it? That's not right. What you're doing is not right to us. I mean, we have no problem with these people and it's coming out like we do have a problem with them and we don't. We have a problem with the legitimacy of it and there not being any legal causes to this. This has been done illegally from the purchase. That was established at the last meeting, that the purchase was illegal. So how are we still moving forward? $100,000 in fees, but yet they can operate. They're parking on residential property. Those other two properties that they own are not commercial, they're residential. And they're parking 100 cars back there. I will count them for you next time if you'd like, but they're parking 100 cars back there in residential areas. So now they're working with CME, what, to change our zone from residential to commercial? I need a lawyer. I mean, really, I haven't seen one thing addressed as far as what you've done since the last time to make he went out there 3 times and decided that, oh, well, this is going to happen, so learn to live with it. That's basically what I got from his message. I wasn't this pissed off until I heard Conti speak. So you know what, you guys, you're going to keep doing what you're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. The residents are going to do what they're going to do. I'm going to project this up to a higher level because I don't trust anybody on this board. The public corruption is disgusting here and it needs to stop.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Thank you.
Gary, thank you.
Very sorry. Okay, anybody else? I think we can close the public portion at this time.
I'd like to make a
Entertain
motion to close the public portion.
Second.
All in favor, or we need a roll call for that one. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, at this time, we do need to go into exec session for a bit. But there's no action that we need to have taken. So I'm thinking probably about another 25 minutes, about 25 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. All right, so we'll start our next agenda meeting after that. You're welcome to stay. Okay, let's read that.
The Borough of Saraville has now a need for closed.
Just, can I ask you guys just for 1 second before you exit, for the record, we do have to read the executive session into the public meeting. I'll ask that you stay just so we can hear it and it's on record for legal purposes. And then you can exit the council chambers, so.
Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meeting Act permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, whereas this public body is of opinion that such circumstances presently exist, now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the Borough of Saraville, State of New Jersey, the public portion of this meeting hereby adjourned in order that the governing body may meet in closed private session for approximately 20 to 25 minutes to discuss the following matters: personnel. Following the conclusion of said closed session, the governing body shall reconvene the open portion of the public meeting to consider any matters which may be properly brought before at this time. The nature and content of discussion which occurs in closed session shall be made public at such time as the need for non-disclosure no longer exists. This resolution shall take effect immediately.
Is there a motion to accept the executive session resolution? Is there a second? Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Mar,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
June 4.
Yes.
Novak, Roberts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those that stay, I appreciate it. Rest, go in peace.
We're going to.
We're going to go through.
He's not on.
Second.
Recorder's tired.
It died. The battery died at this point.
I did it.
There's a maximum amount.
So cold here because it was so hot.
Hello?
No, it's just,
No, don't.
I did not feel cold before in here, but I got so hot in there, I'm freezing in here now. Okay. We good? Oh, great.
Yeah.
You can go. My goodness. Don't tell me the recorder's broken.
Oh, no.
Everybody turn on their phones.
Yeah, the Zoom doesn't.
17%.
Like to make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
Second. Aye.
Aye.
Like to make a motion to close,
No, adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Second. Aye. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Take notice that this agenda meeting of the mayor and council being held this 27th day of September 2022 has been advertised and posted in accordance with Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. Councilpersons Conti.
Here.
June 4.
Here.
Mar. Novak.
Yeah.
Noha. Roberts.
Yes.
Okay, old business. Hold on, I don't have my agenda. Just going up. Old, no, we're gonna go right to new business, communication, committee reports, administration, and finance. Please,
Yes, I move the following minutes and reports be received and filed under A 1 through 3.
Second.
Progress.
All right, planning and zoning, I have,
I'll do it.
Councilman, Conti.
Thank you. I move the following minutes and reports be received and filed under A 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
And notice to adjacent community property owner. I move the that be received and filed under B 1 and 2. All right. And last, receive the following planning board resolution memorialized on September 21st, 2022. I would like to have that received and filed under C1.
Thank you very much. Any other committee reports?
No.
I appreciate that. I wasn't gonna let you add anything. Let's go to public safety. Councilman Jericho, please.
Thank you. I move the following minutes received and be filed, A1 through 3.
Is there a second? Is there a second? I'm sorry.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm asking for an approval for the coin toss that'll be taking place in President Park Firehouse on November 25th, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Any objection?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, and also we're asking also for C, for it to also be traveled from President Park Melrose Firehouse to attend the first responded chili cook-off at JBL Soul Kitchen on October 16, 2002.
Any objection?
Nope.
Wonderful.
And also from Morgan Firehouse to attend a seminar in Jersey City, October 1st, 2022.
And any objection? Wonderful. Committee reports?
There is some progress, but I do have some concerns for my report that I did see from the police department, which I will be contacting the chief. I see that there's a high level of increase in theft in our community, and I want to ask and see what we can do about it. And also, I have not received any reports from EMS.
Okay.
And other than that, there's progress.
Thank you very much. So you're going to reach out for EMS reports?
I don't think it's every meeting. It's the first meeting of the month, right?
I never see any reports from EMS.
Jean Marie-
No, they,
No, I think
I used to get reports.
report from the hospital.
Oh.
We do get, Dan
Yeah, we
does
used
give
to get
those to
them.
us. Yeah.
Would you reach out, and see what, Dan did used to get reports, I know,
He used to send it to us directly. He's been,
With stats and whatnot, right?
yeah.
what the, all the house, it was from all.
All from Morgan, from Saraville, even from, oh my goodness, what's these people that were also from, yeah.
Hackensack, you don't get anything from the volunteers.
I used to get them. I can show you.
Okay. Well, let's see, reach out and just. Firehouse is in Hackensack.
Yeah, Hackensack,
EMS.
EMS.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
No, thank you so much.
All right, we're rocking and rolling.
All right.
Water, sewer, and environment. Oh, no,
Oh,
public works,
yeah.
sorry, I got.
I'll be,
Your voice once
I know,
already.
I'll be fast.
It messes with me. Public
Uh,
Works, Councilman Conti.
I move the following minutes and reports be received and filed under A1 and 2.
Second.
And we've got a request received from St. Stan's Church to use the borough's portable stage during their car show scheduled for October 30th, 2022 from 12 to 5.
Any objection to that? Our guys are setting up and taking down that. Anything
Yeah,
else?
I'm just going to say progress.
All right, now water, sewer, environmental, Councilman Roberts.
Thank you. I move the following minutes and reports be received and filed. The Water and Sewer Director's Report for August 2022 and the Environment Commission minutes from January through June 2022.
And committee reports.
I just want to remind everyone, Saraville Historic Society is having the 10th anniversary Superstorm Sandy coming up on October 22nd. We'll have another meeting before then for that reminder. And I believe this weekend is Saraville Day.
I believe you are correct.
So hope to see everyone there and hopefully it will, well, we need the rain, but hopefully it will be dry from 12 to 4 while we're out there.
Yes.
Only hope.
Thank you. Let's move on to Council President and our recreation reports.
Mayor, and for the record, with the rain, our rec directors has had to cancel every event this year with chance of rain, and it hasn't rained, so I do feel badly for him this year. All right, I'd like to move the following minutes reports be received and filed. A1,
Second.
B1, 2, and 3.
Second.
As far as committee reports, of course, I have things. This is where I like to see the most progress throughout the meeting. I think there's more than just voting yes on agenda items or no. First, open space money. There's currently $9.8 million in the account. I know we can't save the trees that have already come down, but I think it's important that we look into buying open space so that this doesn't happen again in the near future.
Just so you know, we do, we have made many attempts and people just don't want to sell to us because we cannot buy it for any more than 10% of, by law, 10% of what it's worth. It's appraised for, but unfortunately, they know they can actually get a lot more than it's appraised for.
Jay, is there a list of land that's available?
It's an open space report.
Okay, so I won't dwell on that tonight, but moving forward, let's start looking into that. North Edward Street, thanks with the help of the new chief, Mr. Izzo is very pleased and there's lots of progress. The other neighbors have come out to me as well saying how pleased they are with the progress. So thank you to Sergeant Braille and Chief Plumacher. Cool to schools, I just want to clarify because at back to school night, twice last week, it was conveyed that the schools asked the borough to change the polling locations and that we wouldn't do it. Obviously, there's more to that story. Our clerk verified that it takes an extensive amount of work and we would not want to be accused of trickery by tricking the voter into going to a polling location that no longer exists the next time they go to vote. So obviously, there's more to that. Prime Point, I received a phone call today that it went out in a memo that our employee check-in system is no longer being utilized as of November 1st. I don't know why, since I know we'd like this to, Mayor, I know you were a fan of this program because it helped the Prime Point employee check-in. because it kept our employees accountable. But as of now, it looks like we are not renewing the service as of November 1st, and I don't know why. A director's reached out to me saying that it has cleaned up his department and employees are now held accountable for staying and arriving and leaving on time. So I think we should look into other programs. If there's a problem with that program, I think we should look into another program, but we need a program.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of other options out there. So I don't know who coordinated those efforts initially to come up with that particular provider, but to go backwards is, I don't think, a good situation. But
I will look into it.
yep, there you go. Thank you very much.
Zoning requirements for vape shops. Mike, you said you have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. Soup Kitchen 411. Today we gave out our 4th week, 800 meals to date. So thank you, Assemblywoman Lopez, for bringing us into that program. Thank you, Jen, and Jeannie and Joe at the Active Adult Center. Weight limit on menacing. So I think that's something we need to discuss. If we don't already have, I think we established tonight, there is no weight limit on menacing. So how do we get one? So we need a police recommendation. So we have to, so is anyone opposed to that? Since we heard from many outraged residents today that live on Menacing.
That road has been a truck route since I've lived in this town. There's all of those businesses on Cheesequake Road.
But the point was to send them out Cheesequake to Bordentown.
I'm just saying it's been like that forever. This is not something new. I don't think that matter of fact, they used to actually have cops out there at that corner.
Right.
2 or 3 times a day the traffic is so much less than it used to be. And I just don't want to hurt the businesses that are there already.
But I've been on this board for 3 years now and haven't heard one complaint about Menacing. And now we're hearing it all night tonight, last week. So I think to deny residents saying that it's an issue, I think we have to acknowledge that it's an issue and be responsive.
Okay, well, can I make that they limit the weight on Glen Court? Because I've lost so much china in my china closet because every time a truck comes down that road, it shakes the side of my house. So I would like a weight limit on that street too. No.
All right, so other than one, no, everyone else is okay with reaching out to Sergeant Braille to.
Oh, I think you should reach out to Sergeant
Yeah,
Braille.
we should explore it. We should
Yeah.
just balance all the positions.
Whatever his recommendation
even those-
is.
Even those positions that were not here to represent themselves tonight, that might
Right.
have a comment.
That is all progress.
All right, let's move on.
Oh, and I attended the grand opening of the Quick Check. Yes, I had that written down. I attended the grand opening of Quick Check. It's beautiful inside and now I visit it 3 times a day, so.
All right.
We're Wawa fans too.
I am excited because it is now the mayor's report and I'm going to say progress and thank you for all that have stayed up to celebrate Mr. DuPont's birthday and my anniversary in.
Happy anniversary.
So
Happy birthday, happy anniversary.
Right back at you there. All right, business and sorry, honey, it's midnight. I'm not home yet. It's my anniversary.
It was your anniversary.
No, it's his birthday and
Very nice.
my 19th wedding anniversary. It's good, and I'm very excited to spend it with you guys. So.
Denise to go.
Denise, big one for you.
Authorization to amend the following employee handbook policy, number 1.7, drugs and alcohol. Authorization to appoint Ricardo Vento as full-time system support technician 1 in the IT department effective October 1st, 2022. Authorization to purchase 6 in-car video systems from Motorola Solutions through NJ State Contract 17-Fleet-0793 in an amount not to exceed $40,681.20. Memorializing change to non-fair and open contract issued to Traffic Safety Services for light towers, Resolution 22-212, due to price increase. Authorization to award a contract for routine and emergency repairs to water, sewer, and public works infrastructure. Bids to be open 9/30/22. Ford pickup trucks bids to be open 10/5/2022. If all in order, would like to award the contract at the next meeting. Under mine, CFO, authorization to amend the 2022 local municipal budget for the following: the DMHAS grant in the amount of $5,000. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well done.
No report, Mayor. I do have cake behind me if you all want it.
You look,
birthday.
you look,
Thank you. Congratulations, by the way, on your wedding.
you look younger by the second. Look at that. No. No reason for exec. Anybody from the public? Very good. Can I have a motion to close the public?
Motion to close the public.
Is there, all in favor? And motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Let's get a happy birthday here. There we go.
Happy anniversary.
All right. Let me.
Day over
No,
29.